best for the 2025 bomb finale. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamun Jengele. Njengibuthetha nje, I am watching our online platform. People are messaging me that izoba nzima large section lonyaka ufane waboyikisa. Thank you so much. We also have the defending champion standard section from the West Coast TVET College from the Western Cape, Usis Kensani. Thank you so much for coming here. We have so many people apparently. Now I'm going to request Tatu Qeqe from Salga, Eastern Cape, to give us a message of support. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So uncedile utsho into yobana there are people from who have joined online. So good morning to those that have joined us online. Prof is not biased that I'm speaking after Untosh. We come from the same village. It's by design that we feature a lot from that very small village. On a serious note, mine is not a very long speech. In fact, it's not a long speech, and sometimes when you say it's not a very long, people expect it to be long, but not too long. It's a message of support that when this initiative started, it was very small. It didn't make a lot of sense. It was predominantly gospel, Prof. And I'm not a very strong supporter of gospel. And incidentally, my wife used to be a lead singer of Lord Comforters. So I had to comply to sit there and support the group. Did a lot of work in support of them to try them to get better contracts than what musicians get. So we interacted with a lot of those record companies, and unfortunately I think there's a very big problem with people who are talented in singing. They so wish that they can sing, but they forget that for you to continue to sing, you must make a living or earn a living from singing. I just hope Zikali, part of what you will introduce as part of the conversations in this initiative
IBOM, when it started, it was launched right here in this hall as a gospel, as a gospel phenomenon. And so when I talk about the history of IBOM, I'm talking exactly about the contribution of this institution as well, that has partnered with BOM. And I'm not sure of where the partnership is at this stage, since I have left. Many of us are not aware that Mr. Kokonga, the managing director of IBOM, is very familiar with this space, especially ECAVC, the Miriam Makeba Center. He was actually working here when I first met him. And he was working with Miss Jacobs, Unsiki, when the ECAVC was still in partnership with the Department of, is it called, Ngokan? Your department, is it Recreation, Sports, Arts and Culture? Is it still called that? Arts and Culture, yes. So Mr. Kokonga worked here and he was working right behind those studios. And when I met him, I was a head of Department of Music and also the director of the center. In fact, the very first person who suggested that you must never lose your grip on Kokonga was Miss Mandi Sangoza. I don't know if we know him. We know her, Miss Mandi Sangoza. And indeed, when I came to work in this space, we had a conversation. And this was at the time when NCF, was just finishing the last round. I think that was 2 years before NCF, went out of the scene. And we were concerned, like all of you and myself in this room, about what's going to happen to choral music. Is it going to develop? Are we still going to go further with it? And that is when I approached him to say, Seku, I think you have something that we do not have in the choral sector, the marketing skills that you have, the knowledge about branding, the knowledge about copyrights, knowledge about intellectual property. And at the time, our composers, and in fact, even today, they are still like that. When you talk to them about notifying their songs to SAMRO and other collecting societies, they don't take that seriously. I don't know why. In the choral sector, I think we are the people who are shooting ourselves on the foot. Because when we are given these platforms, when we are given this knowledge, we hardly ever use it. And there's also the tendency of not wanting to look like you do not know. My friends, I'm a professor of music, and I do dare say, if there's another one who is black like me, in South Africa, Hlambi Libali. Up until now, we have not developed a choral music sector to a point where it should be. And I think we need to move with speed with that. There is a lot of money that is in intellectual property. Once you have your idea, your musical idea, let's say just an 8-bar melody in your head, the first thing you need to think about is how to monetize that. And there's money in it. So you take that 8-bar melody of yours, record it, notate it, and then post it to yourself with your signature. So that next time when somebody comes up with that same melody, you are able to say, this is my making. This is my melody. This is my song. And that 8-bar melody, which we tend to look down upon, is something that you can go and register as your intellectual property because it came out of your head. Are you with me, colleagues? Yes. That 8-bar melody, don't undermine it. There's a wealth of money that you can make out of that 8-bar melody because intellectual property rights, they are able to recognize that particular work. Those simple things that in the Saske sphere are called jingles. You know, the teachers out there, I know they compose some of those jingles with the learners, but they never register them as their own compositions, you know. And there's a wealth of money that you can make out of registering that jingle as your own original tune. So these are things that I would really like Usechu, but he does these workshops, but we don't attend them. These are some of the workshops that we need to attend. This is about music business. How do you monetize within the space that you are in? How do you make money out of that 8-bar little tune that you have composed? I'm sure you have a lot of them, Tumsan, but you don't register them. Why? You know? So I think our problem is to really think big, that I want a full composition with 88 bars. But that 8-bar melody, that's where it starts. And that's where your money starts. So I want you to leave you with that. IBOM is here to assist us in doing that. It's not just about the competition, okay? Now, those who've been with IBOM, Lovedale, and Umagazole, the one we started with, you will realize that when we started IBOM, it was just a very, very, it was a very odd situation. As I said, it was about gospel music, showcasing gospel singers. But we approached Usechu Nongakwan to say, how about assisting us now with choral? How do we feature choral in BOM? And the first year that we started, Christmas I think it was 2018 when we started IBOM pa ICC. We only had one choir. Usnetemba was the other choir that was supposed to have participated, but he disappeared. You see, my memory when it comes to history, Usnetemba is still very strong. So we had one choir, choir ka Makazole. Mr. Ted. And then with that choir, because we're talking about this in Secu last night, that we still wanted to retain the choral tradition. Choral tradition operates as large choirs and standard choirs. So we wanted to maintain that so that the choral enthusiasts out there, they don't feel that, this is just a fallacy, you know. So we splitted Makazole's choir into two, so that one part of his choir was the large choir, and the other part of the choir was the standard choir, you know. But that trick worked because for the targeted funders and sponsors, what they wanted to see was the numbers, so that when we speak to them and say, this is how the choirs are categorized. There's a large section, there's a standard section. Then they were able to have, you know, the visual picture of that. So we will never stop saying thank you, Makazole, for coming to the party. And we want to thank also Unkosnat Nobuhle, who were the first pianists ZEPOM. So some of us in the choral sector may think, why is it always Ngosnati? Why is it always Ubuhle? It's because of the legacy that they brought, they contributed into the BOM space, you know. And why Ngokwana, why Utwani, you know. Sechu, should I tell them, Sechu? Nearly freaked out this year when I told him that when the finale is coming, I will not be in the country, I'll be in the US. Why? Because it's about the brand of the BOM, the legacy that you contribute to something. You know, think about it. When we talk about BOM choral finale, We can't talk about it without talking about Lovedale Choir. Why? Because they've been the champions and supporting BOM, for a long time. We can't stop talking about, so there's something in contributing to something, even if it's starting and you think it's small. And look where we are with BOM today. It has grown big. It has grown massively, and it's attracting choirs from different provinces, from different municipalities, even municipalities outside of South Africa. And I guarantee you, it's still gonna go big, 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 big. So there's something in taking small baby steps and allowing them to grow into something phenomenal. So we appreciate your coming here, because otherwise we'll be talking to the desks. But you are here because you also want to collaborate with BOM, isn't it? You want to participate in BOM. You want to be part of that legacy, But what I want us to do as the choral sector is, how do we then grow the heritage that we have, the legacy that we have, and we take it to a pinnacle point where the choral singers themselves are able to live sustainable lives out of the voices and the talents that God has given them. I think I've said enough easily. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
I am the only one who calls her Ugogo. Even her grandchildren's children, they call her Granny, but I call her Gogo. Thank you so much, Gogo. I'm bringing my laptop here because the task that I'm about to do, this year is very different because we are intentionally reshaping the finale to reflect growth, equality, and access. We've seen an explosion, as Utatu Gregor was saying, as Uprof is saying. We've seen an explosion of interest that tells us that BOM is doing something right. We have around about 30 standard section choirs registered. We have about 17 large section from only 5 last year. 17 have confirmed that they are coming. Dumza, SA singers, ibonile? Yeah. Umama unjengele angapholi kakhulu. So Nevon ikona pendli. As part of BOM's skills development mission, several educational events are scheduled Mzala this year, and this is one of them, and it's extremely important. We're just not showcasing music, Prof. We are building the careers. We have with us Utatu Vokwana as one of our facilitators. He is a lecturer in the Department of Music here at the University of Fort Hare. He previously lectured at the University of Transkei, now known as the Walter Sisulu University, MTAT, and EUNISA in Pretoria. His career in education started as a teacher at Zingisa Comprehensive High School, MTAT. So over the years, Mr. Vokwana ufundise choral music history, theory, and methods in ethnomusicology. And I think as they are presenting, they are going to tell us the difference. Okay, what do I mean by ethnomusicology? He is currently working towards his PhD at the university it's Wesleyan University in Middletown, state of connectors in US. Mr. Vokwana, am I correct? And ngicela nje uphakama abantu bakubona. He is a scholar. I always always attend where he is going to talk. I promise you will get a lot even namhlanje. We also have Mr. Ngokwana. I won't say much because Prof told us why Mr. Ngokwana. Prof Twani, I think sebabini or nebabini ningo Prof apparently. We have Prof Fikele Pitwani and then we have Prof Sonanze. Stella nje phakamisa isandla Prof. Thank you so much. I'm happy, Mr. Sonanze. Mr. Sonanze is one of the products zalapha eForte. Bonke bafundiswe Mr. Vokwana and Mr. Ngokwana and Prof Twan. So we're very happy. We have Mr. Ngokwana as also part of the panel. He studied at the University of Cape Town. He did a lot of works with the UCT and the Cape Town Opera. You will hear today, he is going to give us as he demonstrates. We also have Mr. Mabombo. I call them Nobuhle Gogo, our residents, pianists. We brought pianists ezingezinye with them. So it does not mean they are going to be there or it's a procedure, but because of the legacy Prof Twani told us about, they are very loyal to IPOM. And we really appreciate Mr. Mabombo for that. We are about to give, in fact, as I am handing over to the facilitators, just to give us the business of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the session. They are going to guide us. We are going to have tea break, and then we're going to have lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Vokwana, Mr. Ngokwana. Thanks. Okay, Gogo. It's okay.
These young guys, now that I'm older, they're pushing me around. Yes, I'm just reminded of something that I needed to have emphasized and said. I spoke about the legacy of BOM and where we're coming from and what you guys and everyone else can contribute. I do want to emphasize, BOM is not associated with any association. Whether it's from Eastern Cape, whether Durban or Johannesburg, it's not associated with any association. And I think this, when we started BOM with Umakazole, this bears testimony because the choir yake is associated with ECMA, you know. But we worked with this choir up until now without thinking about ECMA or Tsimpek. I think it's important for us, especially in the Eastern Cape, to understand that. Thank you so much. Who's starting? The young one. These are my sons, by the way.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Lo me phamkwenu. Lo me phamkwenu nguThamsanqa Ngcokwana. Siyabulela Prof, nyanisile Prof. By the way, ndikunyana wakhe wokuqala. Ndindlalifa, ndindlaphawu sitsho emampondweni. Sithi umuntu indlaphawu. Ndim omdala pha kuye. Colleagues, thank you so much. You know, sometimes ezinye izinto siye sizithethe light ne kodwa sibe serious. Ndidla ngokutsho ke qho ndike ndenza lo testimony somewhere bese somewhere most last week. So I then met a Prof and then I said ebantwini kwi-colleagues that we were with him Mdaka Hlamandani. And abantu always ask a question, why lo mfana esoloko ethe nca kulo mama? She gave birth to the musician that I am today. That was a long time ago while I was a student at St. John's College. I think I was doing standard 8 or standard 9. Ngoko. Then there was a song, Hlabilawu eyayiculwa ye-Afrikaans. Eyayiculwa ye-Afrikaans, and that time ndandicula isolo kuyo njengesiqhelo ke. So when I was singing that solo, then There was this woman, xa ndigqiba hlaba ilawu, ndafumana standing ovation njengendlela ke bilindelekile. So there was this woman yeza kum wena Taskura. Ungubani igama lakho? No, can you take this number please man? You've got, I don't know about why, but that relationship started then. I have a school of music ekuthiwa iZodeno. Don't please go and attend. Yadlula iveki yokuqala yadlula yesibini. Kweyesithathu ndafumana i-call through ifone katata kanti ufriend wakhe usebenza no sister wami kwisikolo sakhe, then ndaya kweso sikolo nda-attend music. And ndadityaniswa ke kuthiwa ke umuntu ozondifundisa ivoice singing ndadibana no-Mr. Vogwana. So that's why the chain. Uyayibona ne? So he inspired me ke uMr. Vogwana kakhulu as a singer, as an opera singer. And then they gave me bayihlahla indlela ukuba ngaba kuhanjwa apha. So sometimes ke kubalulekile ukuba ngaba isithini isiXhosa sithi inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. And abayibonileyo ndaba nenhlanhla yoba aba babephambili mina babeyibonile. Here I am today. That's why I will always disothula umnqwazi kubo ndikhahlela kubo at all times. Thank you so much. Ndizama ukuthi ke wandizala njani, why kuthiwa ngunyana. Right, colleagues, we about to start this workshop today. Bomb 2025. We've got music ndiyacinga uba siwufumene sonke, where we choose between Repertoire eseyinikiweyo 3 songs, Western from Standard and the African, as well as large 3 songs and both the African piece. Then we have a choice nagu gender based, that is 2 female voices and 2 male voices. It's important just to give nje into ethi around ukuchuzwa kwalawo maculo si understand ukuba ngaba iseya popular apha eSouth Africa lento yokuchuza ne ka or reality is that some of us are not a fan of lamchuzo, but when we decide to do that, the idea kukuba ngaba at least the songs ezizawuchuzwa kuzo mntakatete mayibe zingoma that are closely related when it comes to the complexity, when it comes to style, and when it comes to everything that you can think of musically. Hence you find go standard section, the choice is more on the Baroque and the Mass, which is a religious sort of related pieces, and it's Handel as well as Brahms that you see there. So stylistically, is closely related kuzo ezo ngoma zondatu. Hence ubona na male voice, for an example. Hence ubona na male voice that it's only one composer that we said at least ziyakwazi ngoma zombini ukukhompyutha because they are composed by Verdi. At least the context yazo it's almost the same. Il Trovatore as well as Ernani, that you see even the manner in which they are composed. But of course, sizawungena deeper kuzo, we're going to unpack as the issues that I'm talking about. Then when you look at the Western pieces, guys, got large, we then focused more on the Romantic era than choosing those 3 composers, 3 or 2, 3 composers. Ne? So meaning that Verdi, Rossini, as well as Beethoven, Ne? And most of all, especially around the Rossini and Verdi, the Ernani and Tell. So we focused more on Uguti, what is it that is common about these pieces? As this one did better than the other, attending to is as elements or characteristics, characteristics as Wasn't that characteristics? Now, but kuyo yonke ke lonto ke colleagues, we want to take just 20 minutes of doing this exercise when ahlabilayo. We've been attending, we've been adjudicating, we've been training, we've been conducting with choral. And out of yonke lonto, kukhona izinto ezininzi that we've observed. We've observed, and I think you can also agree with us. Ukuba ngaba kukhona izinto ezimisishekayo at times kwi-performance yomuntu on stage. I always say, my brother, a performer needs to bring us a full package on stage. Having good voices only is not enough. But you need to make sure that technically you are also accurate. You can be accurate technically, and you can have good, beautiful voices kwi choir yakho, but you miss the emotional character of the song, the context, the part that I call musicality or musicianship. And that on its own, iye ikwazi ukuba ngaba sithi, well, the composer wrote a letter for you to read in front of the listeners. So what is the letter? The letter is the piece of paper. Ne? And then uyibhalile ukuba ambofunda this, that means go and perform. And uyifunda njani? Athina amagama are the notes and the text, of course. But there is a how part, mntakalabane. Ne? There is a how part, my brother. How am I supposed to read this letter to the listeners? Then that's why some people will always say, no man, he performed, but he or she was out of context. And you find out, it's always good to acknowledge the source. So kuthiwa kusemtshatweni ndakahlamandane, so this one kuthiwa uyafunda ke uhlabilayo. Esi lo umyalezo usuka ku Mr. Ncokwana, and uthe uMr. Ncokwana unqonelela konke okuhle, ibhaso liyeza. Kwanikwa umuntu akatshona, wafunda umuntu akatshona, lona usuka ku Mr. Thembani naye unqonelelo okuhle, ibhaso liyeza. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So now forget about the first nansekane, but look at ibhaso liyeza. No, ibhaso liyeza. When you write these two, uzibhala ngokufanayo. Am I correct, colleagues? Uzibhala ngokufanayo. There's absolutely no difference. Ibhaso, I-B-H-A-S-O. Liyeza, L-I-Y-E-Z-A. Liyeza, L-I-Y-E-Z-A. So that's the piece of the music. So ubhalwe ngokunjani lo music sinikweyo ngokufanayo. But how you read that depends on the understanding. I like, it's a pity sephumile principal. I like what she said. Uthe apha kwispeech sakhe sonke ndiye ndayithanda hlabilayo ubenento ethi, we hope that, or we wish that our conductors can understand what they are singing about. So it means when you read ibhaso liyeza or ibhaso liyeza, it depends on your understanding of the piece. And the understanding of the piece, ayikho kuwe wedwa does that. It should start with you. It should go to the choir and the adjudicator. One of izinto ke sometimes where you find out uba ndikhe prof ndingacatshuke Prof Sonanze, sorry funeka ndibe clear kanene madibiza opho Prof Sonanze iye ithande ukuba ngaba abantu abaninzi ingabenzi kube mnandi ncam mntaka. When I say sometimes even adjudicators will go and sit without understanding what we are adjudicating, of which that is a serious offense. And it's very wrong. Because the conductors do their research. And that is why we are here today, to share the information. So that siphume sonke with common understanding of these pieces. That is why it's very important for us now to tackle the part ethi bakhona lapha sike siyimesishe wakwathi omnye colleague somewhere komnye unyaka that I'm not going to mention. What I've got a problem when you are going to tell me ndisuke lisikisiki emampondweni and ndizalelwe emampondweni and you expect me to sing in a style sesijamani ndicule ngokwamajamani okanye ngokwamangesi. And my question was, okay, fortunately you are talking to me ndilimpondo and I know how amampondo abacula kanjani. In fact abaculi bawumbela. Now ke ngoku uzawuthi kum xa sekuthiwa let's sing How Lovely mandimcule ngesimpondo. Am I making sense, colleagues? So I'm going to say I must sing that song in Isimpondo because ndilimpondo. Now I said, Amampondo, when they sing, they don't even focus on the beauty of the tone and whatever and whatever. Now you'd expect me to say, how lovely I thought. I'm just, of course, in the Ibaka colleagues, but what is important, that it's very important to understand the style of the piece, because all these songs, let's agree, all of us here, it's not that we are going to say something that is new. We know that each and every time our composers composed music, they are guided by the rules of the game of that particular era or particular period. To say, whatever that I'm doing, I must not move out of this. I like what Dumza once said, even in our African composers, we do have eras, correctly so. You can think of your Jamzasha then, of your what then, and you think of the Beatas now. There's a shift, there's a complete difference. So one needs to understand good how things were done then and now how things are done now. And then how am I supposed not to deliver that message so that in Hingati Paso liaisa. I didn't say yepe right, colleagues, la Paso liaisa. Remember? So, but it's up to you, Gengo conductor, to know whether liaisa na nobody liaisa. Remember the test is chatway. Ebe fan mutin lam du khlabilaw. Ebe fan mutini? Ebe fan mutini is for us. Liaisa, why? So libaso eliaisa. So ibaso ayinoba liaisa so that baqinisa umtshato. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Uthi umntakwethu phaya liphi elibhaso. Remember befunda wathi ke hayi ke ibhaso liyeza. Uthetha kayi-one. This is the conversation, colleagues. These are the conversations that we need as conductors, as musicians, to have. So then, let's agree that sometimes we do get choirs that get on stage and say, "Ipaso lieza." Uba nyani voice yake ikliye and une confidence, but usicela libe ipaso liye. In other words, it's got beautiful voices and technically correct as observers are comma, but the context, the emotional character of the song is not there. We get the crescendos that are unnecessary, the soft that you are not supposed to be there, and all those things. And you find out, for unto us the child is born, unto us the son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. And then you immediately say, because lomdu ummisishe the context of this piece, ummisishe the style of this piece, ummisishe number of things. So you need to understand ngubani lomntu kubhalele this message for you to go and read. Am I making sense, colleagues? Then once you know about who is this, then now, why am I reading this message? Where am I reading this message? To whom am I reading this message? So those things are very important. Then you will be able to know how you must read this message. Because asibanalando yokuthi sendizifakile notes, sendiwafakile amagama, kushoto uba ndili interpret. Kofuneka ndiyofuna ixhwele. Colleagues, thank you. So we are going to deal with those minor things, but there are things that Mr. Vogwana is going to tackle. Perhaps it's important to just mention even Nagwa opera music. Well, that's the field mostly that I specialized at, that I studied. And, when we look at opera, we all know what opera is. Am I correct, colleagues? We do know what opera is, ne? What is opera? And class, you do know what opera is? No. Fine. Okay. Now, even in opera, it's not like it's the words, the term, mosne? It is the term. But you cannot just say, in opera you will do it in any way, or you will perform it in any way. You also need to understand, just like other genres of music, you also need to understand, which opera is this one? When was it composed? Who composed it? Who composed it? And what type of an opera is this one? I hope I'm making sense. For an example, in the repertoire that we have now, we've got the bel canto composer, the bel canto giant, who composed a grand opera. We've got a composer who has a leg in romantic and a leg in classical. But then, opera yake a compose kuyo influenced by the traits of the late classical, especially when it comes to the German opera. And then hence, he adopted what we call a Singspiel opera. Am I making sense, colleagues? Now you need to understand the context of that particular opera. Sometimes I would listen to the piece and listen to lot of Skopendonors. And I'm like, why are we Skopendonoring? Maybe it is because the music at which the way I compose ngayo, sinendo eti, we need too much power. You need to understand, okay, now this is Ludwig van Beethoven. We know the history. We know the state of health, sat. And we've got a mistake sometimes of associating the state of impilo yakhe and compositions. Yes, that might have an influence, but because he also composed very light and calm music. So it's not always the case that, no, you need that because this is Beethoven. Why have Beethoven? Where is this Tulu? You need to No, colleagues. And we need to understand this is romantic era. Then what are the key characteristics of that era? What is it that, you may think of the emotions. You may think of the expansion of the opera, of the instruments, the wide range of intervals, the wide range of even the dynamics, for an example. Ne? It is the only era I like when Ricardo Muti ethetha Verdi's Requiem. Verdi did something that has never been done by any composer, where you find out that from P, he's going to compose P. And then at pianissimo, pianissimo. By 4 P's, at 4 F's. That means uta soft, very soft, very, very soft, extremely soft. Go even. Then now, it calls for you, the singer, how, technically so, how am I supposed then to approach that dynamic? It is because of the expressiveness of the emotions that are expected from that piece. So if you don't understand those things around that basket, romantic era, you won't be able to interpret the song. We have here the composer, when you look at the opera, especially in the romantic era, we had 3 main phases in the romantic era, colleagues. Ne? The early romantic era, the mid-romantic era, and the late romantic era. And even the operas in Dagalabani were composed according to those eras. The early romantic era introduced us to a bel canto opera composition. When you think of the Gaetano Donizetti's, Vincenzo Bellini's, Gioacchino Rossini, those are the ones that mastered the art. And at that early stage, in 1813, 9th of October, then this giant of the Italian opera history was born, Giuseppe Verdi. And Verdi took a little bit of the bel canto. But Verdi was one of the prominent composers who was at the center of it all. Baroque, bel canto, grand opera, the mid, which we call the golden age of the opera, which is traced between 1825 and 1870. Then hence even Rossini, when he was taking a bow in his composition of the opera, he then decided to say, no, you know what? Because we're heading towards the age of the golden era, that means the age of a grand opera. He then composed his opera, William Tell. That was his last opera in 1829. And then, of course, the influence of the Giacomo Meyerbeers, which are the French composers, and hence the Grand Opera, we always say it was born in France, then he has spread influencing other countries such as your Italy, and then he has spread to Germany. Your Richard Wagner's then began to compose their pieces. One opera Wagner edibanisa series of operas like Siegmund you think of, then it takes about, they say it's the very long opera that you can listen. That's why it's so long. Now we are taking the Ring, we are taking Siegfried, we are taking this one, we are taking that one. But it's Yena Bala as a one blanket thing. It is because of the influence of that grand opera. And those opera, that one had context here, theme were mostly on politics, addressing the issues of politics, addressing the issues of hatred between either abantu ababini fighting against, like in Il Trovatore, for an example. When you look at an issue of the revenge, when you look at the two brothers, not knowing that they are brothers, but they are fighting for a lady Leonora, but the other one is looking to avenge himself for what happened years back. So they always trace their past. And that is also Ernani, Verdi's Ernani. So that is why we say, Verdi played a very big role because he was at the center. He was the transition, when I say Akone, from the bel canto and what tasted the grand opera. Your Aida, for an example, one of his grand operas, Aida, Otello. And then he took the baton from the Grand Clabilao to the Verismo era. The Verismo with one composer that was most popular at the time, Puccini. Siyambona Puccini, the composer of the Nessun Dorma. So Puccini. Now, those composers, and the verismo is from the Italian word called vero. And vero is truth, realism. So everything those composers said, we've seen there, people acting, singing, dying, but we need to see a reality. If you're a witch, we need to see a witch. And the composers need to compose their music or a witch. If you have to cry, you cry. Recitar, vestila juba. At the end, the tenor cries. And when he cries, we need to see that ibe indonina real. Am I making sense? So now you have to balance and understand when you are dealing with these pieces. If you deal with opera, for an example, you need to know about which opera is this. Is it a bel canto opera? Is it a? I'm not talking about comic and serious now. But I'm talking, does it belong to the bel canto? Does it belong to the grand opera style? Like the William Tell, for instance. That was the one that opened the doors to the grand opera. So everything, young package of the grand opera needs to be clear. Hence, even that one, you need to understand, in a 3 acts, in a 2 acts, in a don. But those we started to see now an opera with 4 acts, with 5 acts. Meaning that everything, even the orchestra, even the voices, the choruses, even casting, that is another very important aspect. Which sometimes as conductors, as trainers, and even as adjudicators, we tend to miss. Well, okay, fine. You are singing Casento. Where are you going to get this soprano? Do you have this soprano in your choir? Do you have this soprano around? Do you have this soprano in South Africa? I'm just making an example about that. Because you really need to know the package that is being carried by that voice. Because of the story, of the weight, yes, story. Composers would compose based on what you are saying, and then they give you accordingly. Do you have this tenor that is going to sing this? Do you have this choir which is sort of in a sort of almost double chorus, if I may? That is why we even, fortunately, Apagwa we don't care whether you bring your 120 choristers, your 100 chorus. Eyona choir inkulu apha in 160 voices. So that says, well, okay, let's work on the stage. Because we know these choruses, they bring that weight. You need to understand, Uguti, now when you say the Heil sagt dem Tag on Ufidelio, what are you saying? What are you singing about? What voice do you need, Florestein? What voice do you need, Leonora stroke Fidelio? What chorus, what size of the chorus do you need? Are they fighting? Are they celebrating? Are they happy? What is it that they're celebrating for? I hope I'm making sense, colleagues. So that you are able to choose the relevant and correct voice. That's why we always say understanding the voice type is very important. As a man that studied opera, I want to be controversial in this, Prof. And Putembela once said this, what you know, sometimes we need not to be apologetic for what we studied for. Because people will just come and bagxeke. Ubangaba, why are you always telling us? We will never stop talking about what we call fach. And it is there's a fach and there's its system. I hope I'm making sense. And we will always preach that gospel. You can never say, because unazo inyawo, therefore you can wear any shoe. You may have inyawo, yes, dinazo inyawo, but it doesn't mean nganxiba nasiphi na isihlangu. But it depends on the size yenyawo lwam. Ukuba ngaba isize yami endinxiba size 8. Anduzuthi kuba ndifika eshop kukho no size 4 abayi2 ndithi ay 4 plus 4 is 8. Therefore, mandizithathe ezisihlangu 8 ndimfumene. Am I making sense, colleagues? So I'm trying to say, your voice, you can be a tenor. Uhlabilaw used to tell me that he is a tenor. Uskura is a tenor. U- uMakazole, I know the time where izo auditiona apha esikolweni waye wathi kum uyithena. Now, you see, these are 4 voices, 4 different tenors. But you may find out that I can sing Disbuild This. I can sing Una Furtiva La Crema. That Uhlabilau cannot sing. But Uhlabilau can sing Unesun Dorma. That doesn't mean I'm not a tenor, I'm not a good singer. But it is because of the Fach system, colleagues. Fach system is a system that was used by the opera houses to classify the voices, the right voices. Now then we get, hence you'll find that we have your lyric tenors, you have your Helden tenors, you have your tenore leggero, you have this and this and that, you name them. These are tenors. It doesn't mean when you are not being casted for that particular. It frustrated me a lot while I was a student. And by the way, that's what drove me or influenced me to do my researches that I did. But colleagues, what I want to say is you need to understand the right voice for that particular song that you will be choosing. Thank you so much. Mr. Vogwan. Uthi mqalatheki. Kukhona umuntu wako wathi, "Hi, this one need an operatic voice." And I was so frustrated, Putembe. What is an operatic voice? Hey, ndiyazibuza man. Inobe ikhona ke oratorio voice or rhetoric voice, okanye ikhona imassitic voice. So when you have, what you have is the voice.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Ngwana has said a lot already, a mouthful. So I'm not quite sure where and how I'm going to fit. But my interest in this morning's conversation continues with the whole idea of style. But it continues maybe on a much more controversial level than on a level that accepts style. First of all, scholars of music, especially historians of performance of classical music, they are interested in different applications of the idea of style. And so if you read about style, then they'll tell you, about some performances follow what is called the correct performance practice. I think that's what it's called. And what they try to do by following the correct performance practice or the historically informed practice, they try to imagine how certain works may have sounded. And so they try to look at historical records and find out what was there. For instance, if you're talking about a violin to play a piece by Vivaldi, they'll then look at the manuals that were used to build those violins. And they would then say, a violin ends with go 2024 doesn't quite sound the same way as a violin that was made in Germany in 1640 to play Sonata of Vivaldi. And so that kind of scholarship is very important in understanding issues around style. And sometimes as people who work in the classical music space, we are caught in the very critical dimensions of talking and engaging with issues of style. Because there are two views about historically informed practice. One says, you have got no way of knowing how Bach sounded. And so there is no reason to actually force yourself to try to sound like a choir like Bach. So some people say the historically informed period or whatever, practice, yes, is actually an invention that is as unauthentic as how we sing old music today. And the reason why I'm raising this is because as a adjudicator, we get hurled with a lot of stones, which is fine. I mean, we take that as adjudicators. But what I'm curious about that we have to go back and think through as you're working through these songs is the question, Yakuti, can you actually concretely identify style? If I give you, "Thixo akunanqaleko, Thixo," and I say to you, sing it in a Baroque way, sing the same thing in a classical way, and sing the same thing in a romantic way, and sing the same thing in a 20th century modern way, would you actually be able to show us the differences? Maybe you could, maybe you can't, which then leads me to the second point that I would like us to think through when we're talking about the Baroque, the classical, the romantic and all that. That sometimes, because music is not only just sound, music is also structure. Does it make sense? So, one of the things that we always recite when we talk about a classical music, into about a balance. But if I say to you, sing a balance for me, what exactly are you going to sing? It's not balance of voices, because also any other period, if you have a choir, the voices have to be balanced. So when you get deeper into the classical period, you then realize that the issues around balance are structural rather than sonic, rather than performative. That is where Mozart, if phrases like bam, ba, 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 for instance, I think that's one of his concertos, bam, ba, 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 ba. The answering phrase is as long as the opening, the answering phrase balances the opening phrase. Does it make sense? If you go to Cradle, the best go as a high school, for instance, there are certain sections where you can see the balance. Ba, 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 ba. That kind of contrast and the length of phrases and all that is the balance we're talking about. And so sometimes there are many other issues that are structural that are not necessarily in the voice as you sing. Does it make sense? And I'm raising this because I want us to go back and listen a lot and read a lot about issues around style. Because most of the time, that we don't fully understand. And this is not to say abantu abazinto, but we need to be very critical and understanding of the claims we make, which may or may not affect performances as well as the results of the outcomes that here's another issue of contention that I want us to think through. I'm not giving answers here. I don't, even in my own workspace, I don't give answers. I let people think through issues. There's nothing intrinsic about classical Baroque music being soft or whatever. There's nothing about the Baroque period that said or that insisted on Baroque works being small, kind of soft, if you want to say that. The only reason why Baroque music is regarded as not as heavy and as loud as romantic music, it's partly a matter of space. Baroque spaces of performance were probably the size of this hall. So if this is a palace and this is your stage, you can't fit 60 people there. And so if then you're going to have to perform a Baroque piece with a 60-voice choir at Johannesburg Town City Hall, if you've been there, you are not going to expect that choir to necessarily be as soft as a choir of 25 people that sings here. And this is not, I am not ningaphumeniti uvokana wathi iparokia kwaza. But I just want us to understand the different contexts that ultimately characterized stylistic issues and the fact that sometimes these stylistic issues are not necessarily intrinsic to the music and therefore they have to be stuck to throughout. One of the reasons why Baroque music had fewer people was just a matter of education and time in the history of humanity. Around the 1600s, there were less people who were educated. And there were less people who could then read music. And also the the technology of printing was not what we now have. So there were fewer people who could be in choirs, who could be employed in palaces to sing. Otherwise, if you jump all the way to the Romantic period, 200 years later, there are schools, there are conservatoires, and there are more people who can read and write, and there's a lot of technology to lead to people being literate. And therefore, what then happens, there's also innovation in technology. There's light, the discovery of the light bulb, and many other things. And then the theaters become bigger. And as the theaters become bigger, also the instruments are not necessarily made of the same material as the instruments you find in the earlier periods. Which then means, if you are playing trumpets in the 21st century, you're probably not playing the same thing as what was played in the Baroque Bach. Because during that time, that kind of technology was not there. And so the kind of flutes and trumpets that were available then were not as loud as what we have. And so these are some of the controversial things that I would like us to go and read about and research, so that when we eventually come out and start applying them, we actually understand what we mean, or maybe what we don't mean. Another one that I want to talk to, a lot of people go to a textbook that most music schools use, or Carmian, which introduces music history and characteristics of the different periods. But what that book does, it's an American-derived textbook that is usually used. Americans, they've got what is called liberal arts education. So noma wenza physics, mhlawumbe uzawuthatha music 1, music appreciation. Noma wenza accounting, uzayifunda music appreciation. And so those books are sometimes really made to condense everything for somebody who is interested in music as a first-year module, but is actually is training to be a doctor. It's not something that we have in South African universities. Maybe a lot of that is at Rhodes, because Rhodes structurally, in its education, is more liberal arts. And so, for people who are not going to be majoring in music history, everything is what's the word? It's condensed. And you find people saying, ayikho crescendo kwi Baroque music. You've got terrace dynamics. But the reason why we have terrace dynamics is because if you're playing the basso continuo or the harpsichord, that instrument has no pedaling system. And because it doesn't have a pedaling system, it's unable to sustain sound, such that you can then make a crescendo in the way that you do with the pianoforte. But on the other hand, the voice can. The voice can sustain sound, and because it can, you can have very clear crescendos and diminuendos. And therefore to say, I'm not talking about exaggerated crescendos here, but crescendo Baroque music. But it's only part of the Baroqueness of the music that cannot do a crescendo. Does it make sense? Some of the things they don't, Baroque music, one of its characteristics is that the idea of Baroque comes from architecture. So those ornate decorations on walls and on buildings from the Baroque period, that's where the idea of Baroque came from. Music only followed architecture and painting to actually be Baroque. And so, Baroque music is very declamatory, it's very expressive, and therefore is quite dramatic. So the idea of really coming but it's dramatic in a different way from a romantic piece. I need to emphasize that. So to come and give us a performance that is bland because that has got no emotion, because you're trying to be Baroque, is actually a misunderstanding of the idea of the Baroque period. Right, moving on very fast. I'm just throwing these things so that maybe when we go back home, we can have things to think through, things to observe, and then things to apply. Another thing that I want to raise when we talk about, and when we practice, that is, we apply the different stylistic issues, in our music and therefore our performances is understanding the following. Musical characteristics are not an umbrella. So in Baroque, remember, Europe is a whole continent with different cultures. There are Germans whose religion was mostly led by Martin Luther, and therefore their approach to music is different from the Italians. And the Italians are different from the French, and the French are different from the English. And so sometimes it's quite important to then think, while I'm dealing with Bach, Bach could be different from an Italian composer. Or, to even complicate things a little bit, while I'm dealing with Handel, who was born in Germany, but actually practiced a lot of music making in Italy and in England. So Handel's music may not necessarily be the same throughout. So you need to pay attention, Uguti, in the long timeline of composition Handel, where were certain works composed, and therefore what characteristics do they have? And so you might not necessarily treat everything as Handelian, if there's such a word, because part of what is Handel is German, part of what is Handel is Italian, and part of what is Handel is English, and part of what is Handel is influenced by the French. Which then brings me to two more ideas, and then I close. For instance, if a lot of people speak about the Baroque period, they speak about the classical period. But the classical period can easily be divided, for instance, to the Rococo style. And the Rococo is actually, I think it's French derived. And then, while it is also still classical period, you also have the Sturm and is it Drang or Drung? Yeah, which is more Germanic. And there's quite a clear difference between the Rococo, which is French-derived, and the Sturm und Drang, and of course, the apex of the classical period, that is the maturity of the classical period. And it's quite important that we really understand this, which then leads me to the Romantic period. A lot of people, when we listen, because I just want to raise it here as an issue that you may want to think through. Not that I'm really undermining people's intelligence, but sometimes people think the Romantic period is about kisses and hugs and love. So your romance. The Romantic period has got, well, it does have, it's just debated kisses and hugs and all that. But really, the idea of the Romantic, it's about intense emotion and intense expression, and the whole idea of individualism, and maybe less then of anything to do with tender kisses. Because sometimes people want to really be overly tender when they're singing romantic music, because rather, not romantic music, but romantic period music. I think I need to be clear. Because when you're singing romantic period music, you're not necessarily singing about romance, even though if you do the leader of Schubert and Schumann and a couple of other composers, their lyrics, their lines, their beautiful musical lines are actually about romance. I don't know if it makes sense. So it's quite important that we understand what we call in academic discourse the etymology of words. Where do words come from? So when we say it's classic, we must understand where classic comes from. When we say it's romantic, we must understand where that comes from. And when we say it's Baroque, because that informs the characteristics of these different periods. Sievan. And lastly, some characteristics are more projected and clear in one genre than another genre. So you might find that even though works are from the same period, and maybe even are from the same composer, a purely instrumental work has got slightly different qualities from a vocal work. And also sometimes a vocal work that is secular has got certain energy that is not available, that is not projected in a vocal work that is religious. Does that make sense? So it's quite important to singathi yonke lento phambi kwethu romantic. Is it romantic, religious? Is it romantic, vocal? Is it even within religion? We need to understand the different genres, such as, is this a mass or is this an oratorio? Some oratorios are much more dramatic, almost like operas, but not acted. But some masses are a little bit more, not subdued, but a little bit more controlled in expression. And so sometimes it's quite important to understand that this selection I'm singing is from the Romantic period or from the Classical period, but it's a motet or it's a mass or it's an oratorio, and the list goes on. Because it is in the understanding of those different genres that ultimately we work towards a better execution of style. Sivan? Right. And also, I think I would say the same thing as good African pieces. Ayikho lento into abaxawucula i-African piece gadlela. Amathwasa kaMlomia noRuri kaMorana awafani tu. Just the sentiments expressed, the lines, the harmonies, the rhythms, those two pieces are so different that if uzawugahlela uRuri kaMorane and then ucule softly and connect amathwasa kaMlomia, you're just going to be completely out of style. So you also have to understand, as Mr. Ngokwana said, that African composers have got different characteristics, or South African black composers have got different characteristics, and you have to understand who you're reading, who you're performing. For instance, the earlier composers, as Farano Gemzish and others, they were very much, because of where they went to school, they were very much influenced, among other things, by literature, and especially romantic literature, because they were taught by people who came from the Victorian or the late 19th century era. And their teachers came from England. They had a very deep connection to poetry and drama and Shakespeare and all of that. Whereas Beata is not. Beata is a completely different being, both in terms of his background, in terms of his being impondo, in terms of his use of text, and the list goes on. And so we cannot then treat Ingobaga Beata unless there are passages that needed to be treated similarly. Does that make sense? So the idea yokuthi umculo wesiXhosa unzima, isiXhosa siyagadlela. Mna zange ndibava abantu abombelayo begadlela xa beculo. They just sing on the almost like they're speaking. They sing on the range of their speech. Zange ndibava because the only reason why the sound is a little bit bigger is because abantu abombelayo, especially emgidini, baninzi. But they are not making, Dumza, they are not making an effort to push the voice. Certainly when we come to our choirs and do African pieces, we try and overcompensate and push the voice because it is closer. And we also even say things like, this Sotho slight, I mean, I've lived in Pretoria for years and I've never got a sense of whether there's any lightness in this Tswana versus is closer. So some of these little things that we say and we've got no evidence for. Zesithi xa sesiculile sagqiba sakhwaza is closer, ubethwe, and then you say the adjudicators abasetafuleni zine favorites, because usually when you overcompensate by pushing the voice, you're going to go out of pitch. Yeah, but I don't know. Right. So I think I wanted to talk about style. I will talk about other technical issues when we're dealing with some of the songs that are prescribed, because also I'm glad I'm in this competition because I'm from here and I've listened to choirs from here singing and I've adjudicated. And so some of the things I'm going to raise are really based on the experience of having worked here and hearing choirs and really realizing that some of the reasons why some of our choirs, especially in this region, don't really do extremely well when they go to the national level, is also because of how we approach things like musical structure, like phrasing, like intonation, like text and word painting and all of that. Thank you so much. Of course, if there are questions, and you online, people can lodge questions so that maybe when we finish on the second day, we have a similar understanding of how to go on and polishing the music for the performance. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
15 minutes break. Just let me announce the Nokabeza. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are going to have a 15 minutes tea break. Ikona iti upper foyer. We will go there now. Mr. Ngokwana wants to say something, just one thing before we go. And this is Upendan. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, TV. Colleagues, I think we missed one very important item, Mr. Soli, which was the introduction yethu. Kubona lento yokumana usithi uyabona Dumza bengathi kuDumza yethu kanye uyabona Taskhura kanti nomnye umuntu uyarhalela uba ngabakhabizo ubuyabona osingathi Dumza sithi champion. Okay. Yeah, I think that's important. Maybe Kasbuya from the T colleagues. Another thing, colleagues, that I didn't do, which I was supposed to do, was just to give an overview of the program, the way it sustains. I hope that abanye betu buzz for many programs, ne? Maybe through WhatsApp and stuff. So we didn't want to say today we're taking standard, tomorrow we're taking large. No, we mixed. We mixed. And also to the colleagues that are online, please do not hesitate to drop down your question if you have a question or contribution that you want to make. We do have Professor Twani here who's collecting all that information. Then he's going to share it with us here in the auditorium so that we can engage it. Because remember, we've got colleagues here and we've got colleagues. We have you there, over there. We saw some prominent musicians on the online. Izaba flexible colleagues program yethu ne mhlawumbi ubonile that we had the for unto us the child is born, and maybe we can say no, let's take, instead of for unto us, let's take lift up your heads ne. Then we can do the other one tomorrow. Maybe let's take Ernani tomorrow and then send the message. But we also see the flow. But when we come back, we're shooting straight to the questions, if you might have questions, and also the comments, and then besesingena ezingomeni. Ezinye zezinto that we're talking here about here, sizawuzirelate kakhulu xa sidilishana nengoma ethile bhotini, and say, for an example, we said earlier, but look at this piece. Yeah, about nature, this is what we were talking about around that aspect we were talking about. Ne? So, colleagues, I think we can take that 15-minute break. Colleagues, you can take coffee online. We're going to send coffee virtually. Tsetla, take coffee, my brother there. Thanks. 1, 2. Thank you so much. Colleagues, welcome back from Ipalichi. Besicela mani with due respect, colleagues, ne? Asina occupier ezitulo ngapha so that abafikayo bakwazi ukufika banantsike. And secondly, maybe from now on we will deal with music and with a bit of singing, ne? We may not sing yonke ingoma, but maybe touching here and there on those particular sections. And we'll also, of course, be guided by your needs or your requests. Remember, we said earlier, are we back online, sir? Sure. We said earlier, this is not our own thing, but this is for us all. So one is free to even throw an idea or an advice to fellow conductors. Maybe you'll find out there will be some songs that in the piece, or rather in the repertoire, that may be confusing the manner at which esbekwe ngayo. Then that's when we're going to say, okay, look, this song goes like, structure sayo sme this way, from this section to that section. You are allowed maybe to pause and do whatever. But when you look at the composition, there's nothing that say you pause. It's like straight line thing, ne? But then we indicate in Thambi, this is the approach. Then of course you can also come in with that. We don't prescribe for the conductors, I do it this way. No. But we'll just unpack the idea or stylistic, whatever. I will hand over to Dr. Vokwana to come and present Umdanami. Sure. Who else Samir? Because I wanted to. Sure. You're welcome. Welcome to the bomb. As just a minute up at Tafilin Podine. Stephen.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the next session. I'm actually looking for my notes. I don't know what I did to them, and I'm also looking for the score. Kulendo basasikle ages, lahleka izinto zikhompyutheni. But I'll find it. Tamikan Pisco. Right. Before we start, I'd like us to think, and I'm inviting the people who are going to be adjudicating this piece. I'd like us to think through something that happens in choral competitions that leaves me a little baffled. A performance of this song, Kamnomia, that was given in 2008 or 9, was won by a Cape Town choir. What I remember, I don't know whether that was Heavenly Voices or Uzolina, who was singing for Heavenly Voices, was the lead singer. But when I watch the videos, it's a man who's conducting, so I don't remember who. Okay, Timberlake. But the point I want to raise for us all to think through for a second. Kuguti, this is a choral piece as opposed to the opera. And that choir staged this piece, and they won the competition. So, my question that, and their staging of this piece made so much sense. Not only that they sang it nicer than other choirs, but the actual acting of this piece made so much sense. And I'm raising this because there are moments when some of us who coach choirs, you go there, you see choir because you're thinking it's a choral piece, right? And the choral are not drama, and not so figures in choir is party placards is maybe overall is teeny, and zwin. So I want to throw it to the adjudication team as maybe a 2 minutes of debate so that nobody says on the 6th and 7th of September, thina zange sixelele bafuneka si-acte yafika ikwayara ethile bahlala phantsi esteyijini behle besenyuka benxibe izinto zabo and sabethwa. What is your stand on that? Ladies and gentlemen, it's an open question. That is, this whole idea of, or this whole practice of acting out a choral piece, udramatize, uphathe placards, unxibe costume uthini versus doing that for an operatic piece. Kaloku thina sikhule kusithiwa ichoir, ichoral, unxibe uniform, xa ucula iopera, ziba khona ke props mhlawumbe emva kwakho kubekho into ezinje uthini. What is your stand? What is your suggestion on that? So that ultimately, xa siphuma apha, siphuma sisazi into yoba what matters is singing the right lines and the right pitch and the right dramatic whatever, rather than anything else that you do. The fact yoba uzayistage wena umntanam, if it's not going to bring any more marks.
I'm raising my hand because I see you looking at me. So perhaps because I'm one of the culprits in adjudication. My position is that, yes, it's choral. And there's nothing wrong with acting it out. But the acting it out must not be overly dramatized to the point that the storyline is distorted. The gestures, the facial expressions, and the music itself is compromised, because you still need to remember that it's a concert performance. Are you with me? It's a concert performance. So you need to keep that in mind. And it goes back to what we talked about earlier on, bringing balance to whatever you are doing. And also the acting, especially the gestures, the facial expressions, the movements, they need to relate to the storyline itself so that everything is in context. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I like what Professor Tikolo said last week. What is the difference between an acting singer and a singing actor? Am I making sense? Acting singer and a singing actor. In this context, we want an acting singer, not singing actor. Because once you become, you are an actor, but that is singing. That means music, we are suffering more than acting. So I think that what is saying, Prof, must be music, more than your acting and your what. This is what I always say. If I don't know, a costume, I can't do wrong to costume, but the costume, I zuti winner. I zuti we are winner, costume. What you are acting, I zuti you are the winner. But at the end of the day, what we need is music. Then ogunye utinina kulandele, hence the concert version. Thank you so much. But I'm saying the floor.
Okay. Anybody wants to comment? khona umuntu othetha ngayo, ofuna uthetha ngayo. We're raising this so that abantu. Right. Does anybody, yes, Mr. Jingawi.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I've got nothing much, but I think Prof summarized it all. Because I think the issue of context summarized the whole thing. Because remember, if you have a background of that particular song, if it happens maybe from a community, for instance, and you have been given a small stage to demonstrate that, because the background of the song speaks to the work yenzeka community. Apho kukhona khona izindlu ezininzi and umama lo ukhangela only daughter engathi fika endlini. If you can demonstrate that without being too much dramatic on stage and disturbing the actual thing esizengayo, which is a competition in singing, I think whatever that a conductor tried to do should be very minimal and also prioritize the actual singing, but in context of what the storyline is saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other person? Ikaqile. Right, that's wonderful. We can then move, because then this opens up the possibility you go to those who want to be in costume and maybe not necessarily stand like a choir, maybe bas dividing ngendlela ekwazi ubonisa community or mama community na local ufuna umntana ke, we can do that. It doesn't take away what matters, and also you're not going to lose marks. I think it's important to emphasize that. That ubucule kakuhle unxibe uniform yakho emnyama nesuti zenu ubobhuti akho nto iza kuthathisela marks if you don't act. I don't have much to say about this song because it's really self-explanatory. It's about a mother whose child has not come back home. And the setting is the political climate of the apartheid era. And so that is what this song is all about. That Lomama is distraught, she is traumatized, she is unsettled because umntana kumkile ekseni babuya abanye abakha babuya akubakha kabuyanga. And so there's this persistent beautiful motif that is throughout this song. Mntanamu kupina, mntanamu kupina, mntanamu kupina. Where's my child? Where's my child? Where's my child? So that repeated motif should really give you an idea of the kind of emotional content that you should portray when you're doing this song. What else? I would suggest that you must actually get a good, maybe not a soprano, maybe a mezzo would do well. A mezzo soprano. I'm not saying it's a matter of fact, but if you were to use a voice that is not very lyrical in the sense of a thin soprano sound, but you want a voice that travels, that also in a sense becomes the voice of a mother. I'm not saying a soprano cannot take a role of a mother, but I think if you're using a little bit a nice and bold sound of a mezzo, but a mezzo that can go high, because towards the end of the music actually just goes above I think it goes above the treble stave. So it's quite important then that you have a voice that carries. That's another thing. What else is important about this song? Do we have people who would be willing to sing this? Sicule okanye mhlambe unko asidlalele sive nje uba ihamba kanjani. Right. What else is here? I think the responsorial singing between the soloist and the chorus is very important. So one needs to have a sense of the beautiful conversation that happens between the soloist and the community, should I say that? So the mother and the community. Mntanam ukuphi na, mntanam ukuphi na. So to do that well, then you might think about doing variations and to intensify the emotion. There are many ways. I mean, it's easy when you're working with a group like this to assume that everybody is on the same level. But maybe some might not know this. But what determines how you express? What determines your expression is what is written, that is the text. You know, if a text is in that I'm not too sure you're going to scream your lungs out. The words themselves don't suggest screaming. If you're saying there's a certain sense of needing to soften the sound because the text itself is about a sense of calmness. Does it make sense? And so that's why a number of times I've been surprised when I watch choirs, whether as a spectator or as an adjudicator, a choir would be like, "Iculi, iculi, iculi, itilazela phumilanga," and the melodic contour is going up. And from it takes city as togo and sobomnyama, sahamba, sadela phumilanga, and then you go to a diminuendo. For me, it does not make much sense. So, Uphuma Kwelanga is about a moment of brightness. It's about a moment of maybe triumph, even. It's about a moment of clarity, especially if your words were, I don't understand why you would then go to a diminuendo when you get to that. So what I'm also trying to say then is that as you work through your music, as we shall go through this one, work on the text and look also at the melodic contour because it matters in creating your dynamics. Melodic contour really means the rise and fall of your melodic lines. Right? Does it make sense? See, I asked in a song. Just the rise and fall, going high or going low. It doesn't necessarily mean going to any direction, but just the rise and the fall of your lines should help you in terms of how you interpret your music. I've spoken about text, but also sometimes the rhythmic arrangements. For instance, if you've got a soprano line sustaining an idea, let's say they're sustaining a so, and then the two other lines are doing some other rhythms below, you don't want to ignore them. You can use those rhythms to paint your music. Does it make sense? So if you go ba 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 ba, then your altos ba 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 ba. They continue, and the tenors, maybe the second altos, do something else. You know, you would want when the top line going ba, then you play with the lines that continue, so that you use that to paint your music. Stefan, right? There are a few things, especially about this song, that may not necessarily make you lose a competition, but perhaps they're not as musical as I think they should be. One of the things that I think choirs do or don't do is to think in terms of musical lines versus the text. So, for instance, in the like what did we eat? Sele kofu, sakya is gonsi, sakya in Dundun. When you write that down at the level of language, you use commas. Does it make sense? So when you enumerate things, when you count things, when you list things, you use a comma in the written text. But that may not necessarily mean you break the melodic flow on the singing. For instance, I'll show you this. In bar, let's take bar 10. If you take bar 10, bengithi uzobuya mntanami kuphi na. It makes sense to have a comma there as you write that. But there's no need to sing it. Tango. Ihlale yonke. Baby. So there's no need to say, Bende tuzobuya mtwana. You can sing that as a whole line. I'm not saying you're going to lose marks, but maybe a very pedantic adjudicator who really pays too much attention to the smallest detail, and we've got two choirs that have a platinum, an adjudicator might say, there's no need to cut that flow of air or the melodic line because that comma suggests the grammatical, right, or the linguistic aspect rather than. Am I making sense? So think about the idea of a melodic line versus a textual phrase or a sentence. Ixa ubhala ubuthi ndiye edolophini namhlanje zakhwela imoto ndifike ndihambe ngebhaloni izawuba khona ikhoma kuloo ndawo. But musically the likelihood is that you're going to sing all of that in one breath. Does it make sense? So do think about that. I'm not saying don't break, for instance, if you want to do that. For instance, there's a part where the ladies, the chorus is going danami, danami, danam. Even though personally I wouldn't do that, I would sing it in one phrase. It makes sense to do that and just color the different danamis differently for intensity and mood and whatever. But it won't necessarily mean you won't sing well. Go to danami, danami, danami. Does it make sense? So those are really things that each conductor should make a decision on. It's just that in me, now personally, I'm a stickler for lines. I like singing in a line. I like legato singing. I don't like mculo or break choir. Break only when there's a need, but really beautiful singing is about creating long connected lines. So I wanted to raise that. Right, now, this song can have slight challenges because of the chromatic passages, but I think an old conductor there with experienced choristers, you just need to drum that. Where is that? I think there's some Bengezu Tobu. For instance, bar 33, 34, and 35. Do you see the lower line there? They've got some nice chromatics there. Kasihlalele tango. So there, just make sure that you sing on pitch. Can you do both alto 1 and alto 2 together? Right. So do we see that? And also the first soprano there, it has got some chromatic line. Just make sure that you don't get out of pitch. Okay. So get the chromatic straight. If you go towards the end of that system, you will also see that the top line, ba 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 ba. Kuko chromatics again. Just pay attention so that, because also chromatics or sometimes tricky rhythms is fana nomgibe. You know umgibe kubazingeli. Adjudicators know that you are likely to falter. So they are already and once you are falterish, we take marks with a huge smile. Adjudication is about process of elimination. So where's the lula umsebenzi wami xa ubhuda chromatics because in their minors, because for number 1 it's not an immoral thing to say. It's just the practice of adjudicating that it's a process of eliminating. So the more Buddha, the more start. So when I make sure in Doba, I'll put you, does it make sense? Singazijonga ezinye izinto zoba mhlawumbi ube ngena-voices ezimandi or whatever, or itempo yakhe, because the tempo is very subjective. Itempo yakhe ibingekho, it was a little bit too fast for le ngoma. That's fine, ungabethwa mhlawumbi kezo zinto. But don't ever uziqale adjudicators by actually doing wrong things as a glaring, like incorrect pitch, incorrect rhythm, incorrect text. What else could be incorrect? But as is a given on the score, the pitch, the rhythm, and the text, as I now say, lose it too, right? Now, the last thing I want to say here, Bakaya Bam, which bothers me a lot when I work in the whole idea of a phrase shape. It's very important. The phrase shape, there are many things that allow you to think through how you're going to shape a phrase. Oba oti, bengitu zobuya, danamu kupina. That's very mechanical. There's no shaping. Sometimes you need to think about the stress patterns of languages. Bengitu zobuya, mdanamu kupina. So xa usithi bengitu, it's like xa uthetha uzawuthi bengitu zobuya mdana. It's mono, whatever, I don't know the right word. Aina accent of the right. Remember, when you speak in a language, you speak in a syllabic way, you speak in syllables, but the syllables don't have the same stress. So it's very important that you understand the language so that you then understand and apply the different stress patterns. Those people who might not know what I mean by a syllable is a group of letters that you pronounce at one time or at one beat or together. Here is an example. My name is Tembela. Those who know me know that. Ute is one syllable. So you have THE all sounded once and together. You've got MBE all sounded once, and you've got LA all sounded once. So Tembela, my name is made up of 3 syllables. But the 3 syllables of my name don't have a similar stress pattern. That is why ndingengotembela. So my name is not Babamba, it's Bambamba. Does it make sense? Right. So think about that when you sing, because also the beats in the music, like if you're studying on an anacrusis, because if you're conducting in 4, your first and your third beat are likely to be the strongest. So when you move from the 4th weak beat and landing on the strong beat, then that is part of the shaping of your phrase. Does it make sense? So that's why certain choirs will go, Sylvia, Sylvia, mdakwetu, dombaseka, but the word itself is Sylvia. So there's no stress on the V and the A. Da-bam-ba, dam-ba, da-ba-da-bam-ba, da-bam-dam-ba. Doesn't it make sense? So once you are aware of the metrical inflection of the language, of the words themselves, then you begin to start thinking about how you shape your phrases. Sevan? Ayikhumsha kakhulu Mosland. Problem sometimes ukhumsha is what you do on a daily basis. So sometimes you never know but you are reaching out. But it makes sense now. So do pay attention to such. For instance, el culability bengitu zobuya mtwana. So the likelihood then is that you would stress the Tamparira pipa, dabirira pipa, dapampiri. That landing on the strong beat, which becomes different from, which is what sometimes choirs do. Bengitu zobuya. There's no shaping there. There's no sense of a line in how you're singing. And also, sometimes people think about phrasing only in terms of holding the breath, but no shaping of the phrase. So, kaute, bengitu zobuya, mtwana kupu. I'll give you 100% for holding your breath, but I'll probably give you a 0 for not having a shape in that phrase. Does it make sense? So, shaping your phrases is one of the things that makes your music to have a sense of musicality rather than a metrical sense of uklokoza beats from beginning to the end. Does it make sense? So this song, especially where Ilanduka Ingena corner, the chorus, really makes for that kind of shaping. But don't exaggerate it, don't make it predictable. Also, we've got a lot of offbeats here. When you go, dana, bim, dana, play on that. The feeling of ba 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 and so on. Does it make sense? Right, so what is the last thing I say before ndigqibe unko asidlalele? I think that's just about it. War, even 2 notes, if you're a good musician, about a lenda bar 55, 56, 57, 58. Yes, you can shape that. Those responses, it's a war, dia, ungati war. So the soprano soloist goes, or your soprano, ba, da, ya, da, da, ya. Do you see the difference between that and going, ba, ba, ya? Usqulile says it too, as it is written on the score, but you have not done anything to a sense of phrase shape. Do you have that? Right. So, little things like these, you need to drive them. Sometimes amachamba esiwenzayo I sometimes wish choral competitions were funny idols, so that usenza amachamba that don't direct the phrase shaping. Xa ushukumisa igxalaba urhalela uba masibone ntoni kule line ilapha phambi kwethu. The music is going this way when ushukumisa igxalaba. What exactly is igxalaba saying to the shaping that we want? There are times when I'm like, I wish our choral competitions could be that, so that people could actually explain. Because remember, as I'm preparing to sit down, conductors, you must understand the very strong relationship between jazz intention, gesture, response, and interpretation. London Man City, can you figure I'm not here to discredit your ability to dream. It's okay. As far as however, if you go through the score and you understand the structure of the music, then you will be able to actually draw the patterns around your score and say, here, this is what I wanted the choir to do. Here, as much as it's exactly the same idea, but I wanted to articulate it differently. Does it make sense? So close to the war, you don't always have to go, whoa, whoa. Sometimes if you like, you go, whoa, whoa, depending on what you want to achieve. But it must be something you plan. Get into the score, write notes so that you are actually in a creative space that is informed by highly intellectual engagement with music. Then amaphupha ngalandela. once ufikelela kula level yoba you've engaged with music at a very technical and intellectual and also a creative level, then amaphupha angalandela. So let's work on that. Right. What else is there that needs to be said about this song? I think that's just about it. Yes, sir.
If I may link that with, it's just an addition, colleagues. Ne? If I may link that with what you said in understanding the song and also perhaps to depict the emotional character of the song. I'm looking at this, I think it's in bar something. It's in bar, starting from bar number 70. It's appassionato, ne? And then, okay, let me say this before I forget, colleagues. We had a conversation up briefly as the BOM technical team that this piece is edited by John. Ne? We're going to, from now on, maybe before today and tomorrow, to get the original composition, so that you can use that original. But there are just minor things. Maybe one may practice with original, so we don't want to disadvantage Omnia, so that we use the original one. See, our colleagues now? That original So now on bar number 70, the interesting thing there about the emotions, you said something about the melodic contour, even following the melody, how it goes. If you look at that piece, the was, but when it gets to part number 76, the composer, the accompaniment, or even the vocal line, there brings dark harmonies, those chromatics, né, to express the emotions of this woman, as well. So I think it's very important for one to understand how the music is structured. And again, it will call again for accuracy intonation. Because we always preach this gospel. Intonation, I look, I'm a little wrong, colleagues. I only wrong. Intonation, each choir must have intonation, but my benjana might be right. We are in tune. Ungabine intonation as ukekela ube uyiloze ngabanye amagama, yebo, because you were not accurate at a certain nothing. If you look at the accompaniment you put TV, ne? So now the intensity of those emotions was born out accompaniment, because he's using the left hand more on bar 70. Can you do that? 3 and 4. With the right. 3, and we go. June, 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 and June, 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 June. We have bipolar as an unresolved something, ne? So, Njoba is it. So, in other words, when you need to understand as a conductor, but how do you link that with the emotional context of the piece? Because even there's no noise there in that piano. On those walls, I once prescribed by a number of competitions where you find out and a person or conductor add accents that are not there on the walls. Ne? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. And this now is just completely out of context. And secondly, you spoke something about rhythms, the use of the syncopated rhythms there to depict that emotional character. So zingabikho too much jerky okanye zibe rigid. It's syncopated, man, ikhuphe ilolu hlobo. Uyayibona ijoy.
This one is written, one of the reasons that we propose that we get the original score of it. This one, if you look at it at the beginning, it says G major, or rather, do is G. Can we see that? Pike Kalin. Do we agree that that do is G? It should have said La is E. Yeah, because it's in E minor. See, I have colleagues there. The reason that I'm emphasizing this, but sorry to take your time. Kukuba indaba ye key is very important in the song, and also to get to a character yayo ingoma. Because when it says do is G, it suggests the major key. It suggests that is in G major, of which, hence I'm saying it should have said La is E. Then therefore that means it's in E minor. And then the minor key will then tell you exactly ukuthi sikweyiphi imo, sikweyiphi imeko in this piece. Thank you, but.
Thanks, Mr. Nwala, for that. In closing, then, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to advise conductors to improve their level of understanding of how to read the piano line. Because when you're looking at this piece, the piano almost sings, but there are things that the piano does. For instance, Glenda, Mr. Ngokwala, that at tempo, what are those two lines there? Is not that a suggestion of a tremolando? Where the music is going all chromatic, Glenda Besikuyo. What happens after the piano silence there? Because when we sit, we notice sometimes that things like tremolando, that effect could piano that you. Some pianists play that as chords. Dum 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 dum. The effect. God, you mind just to play tremolando versus chords? Listen to the feel of that versus when he plays exactly the same thing as chords. Played as chords. And what are the words saying? What is the music doing there? Past 76. It's not only just in this song. Maybe we don't have to look at this. But sometimes, like when there is, effects like that are usually used for drama. That's what I'm trying to get at. So if, for instance, there's something that is leading to a very dramatic high point, the accompaniment sometimes goes and do such effects versus playing chords. And when we sit there, especially those of us who know different piano techniques and all that, ikwaya yakho ezawudlala chords while it's supposed to be doing that tremolando effect and a lot of other effects. I guess what I'm trying to get at here as I close is that accompaniment does make a difference. Really, if you can, go to a highly able pianist and actually do and get the music right. A pianist who is just going to outline the notes when they're supposed to be playing a tremolando, they are not giving you that effect. And there are many other effects. You will see when we do, oh, ba 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 bam ba ba. The left hand there has actually a very strong weight that gives a particular effect that if you don't bang those notes, you're not going to get that. So it's quite important then that as much as we go and invest in singers and soloists, as conductors, we should also figure out to go to the amfuna nalo versus low pianist. Because pianists are abafani, and it's a conversation that a lot of conductors are not willing to have because they just take Utambela Vogwana, who last played the piano in 1994 when he finished university. It cannot be the same as somebody who is at fourth year and doing their fourth year. It cannot be the same kind of playing as what Ngo does. Nams awukwazi uzidlala inotes xa ndizawubhatala because ndandiyifundile ipiano. But quite honestly, make that decision. Yoguti, I'm not getting to this one, I'm getting to that one, because certain performances get stronger or killed on stage because of the relationship between the pianist and a choir. All right, I think that's just about it. From beginning to end, just so that but I'm sure everybody knows it. Singacula, but Spokazakhala ucula. Nabanya bayazi soprano line. Bangasicula lapha ekuqaleni. Kwezindawo zesolo. Kwezindawo zesolo. Kanti nobhuta bayazi bangayicula nje tenor yabo an octave lower so that we feel the music. Right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, and we go.
Zobuya dana ukupina. Maybe on that point, would sorry colleague, let's look at part 13. Just for in case, but yeah, even though this is the original score. If you look at the staff notation it you sustain, but you look at the tonic sulfur, because now from emakanyeni I might not have a clue of the staff notation. So ndithi nje ukupina, and then say the other choir itsalile. So yabo kukhona something, a contradiction between the staff and the tonic here. Sorry. Masiqhubeke brapa number 14. So the next 16 colleagues. Ngibona ziqubu beyozithela kunina, lizithela kunina, bengithuza buya. Yeah. From part 20. From part 20, ne? Bengithuza buya. Bengithuza buya. Zobuya. Bengithuza. Bengithuza buya. Mugu. Dana mugupina kwabanda mathumbu ngabuzuma khanyile wawakho sefikile. Bengithuza buya, Tana mugupina. Izwilinganono izabulala
One thing that I'm going to say as I sit, that I'm going to raise when we do the lift up your heads, and also the African piece. You see, a conductor bethu abaninzi kuthiwa into engathanda for this rhythm, the dotted crotch, dotted minim, dotted quaver and a semi-quaver. Trying to learn to bum ba ba ba. There's like this. The line in this song doesn't allow you to go dum ba da bum ba, and we tend to make it staccato. See dum ba 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 bum bum da bum ba. Here it would not work. So sometimes we need to think through the ways in which we use the rhythm as well for particular effects. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vogwana. Colleagues, any inputs from the floor or either from online? Any inputs, colleagues? Okay. Colleagues, we understand that we basically the introduction so that sazane, but it's fine. Sawumane siqhuba mhlawumbe umuntu xa ethe ephakamisa azitsho uba ndingubani ne? Soze sazane ne? Okay. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Mhlawumbe we are going to do that when we come back from lunch, ne? Let's quickly look at the male voice. The first male voice that we are going to look at is the Soldiers Chorus. Ne? Soldiers Chorus. I'm not going to take much of ixesha, colleagues. Andingumntu utsalayo noko. Hey, yanxaka mindlu intoni abathatha. Okay, amhlobam. Andingumntu utsalayo noko. Okay, colleagues, one or two things from Il Trovatore by Giuseppe Verdi. I think kula icebreaker besienza no Mr. Vogwana earlier. I said a number of things about Verdi, ne? And his important role in the field of opera music in general, especially in Italy. Now, him being that composer that in most cases you would find that operas they've got a subject of politics, amaxesha amaninzi, ne? This one has got three things in one, this opera. One, politics. Secondly, issue of hearts. I like when one of the writers, who's this guy? Charles Osborne, in one of his books at operas of Mozart, of Verdi, Il Trovatore addresses issues of heart. Issues of heart in this case is issues of love, because there's a fight between two guys that are fighting for one lady, or they are in love with one lady, Bobabini, that is Count Di Luna, as well as Umanrico, the tenor. It's very interesting, Gelendaba, that each and every time there is a love triangle in opera, there is always a tenor and a soprano involved. And you find out that the sopranos, these was tela with tenors. Sopranos fall in love with tenors more. And the baritones are always jealousy. Or jealous. They are always jealous and are the ones as sologos shiwa. And this is what is happening in Il Trovatore. And another aspect, the third aspect in this is an issue of revenge. There is a revenge. Ekufunwa ukuzibuyisela kuyo. Count Di Luna once was told of a story ukuba ngaba his brother was thrown into a den of fire by Azucena. Azucena being the mezzo in one of the characters in the story. However, Azucena thought that ufaka brother ka Luna, only to find out that when they mistake, wajula umntwana wakhe. But xa ejike jonga ngapha wabona omnye umntwana of the same age, who is the actual brother ka Count Di Luna. And then wabesele mthatha eyomkhulisa emenzo wakhe. And that one is the tenor, the protagonist in the opera. That is Umanrico. The one that is fighting with his brother, they don't know that they are brothers. They think they are enemies. Only at the end of the opera, the reason that Azucena did that, it's because she wanted to avenge herself, because umama wakhe wabulawa by the father of the count, ne? Because wayesolwa ngobugqwirha. You will know this emakhaya. Dala phaya sasinento ethuba uyasolwa umakhulu uzibanibani ahlangana amadoda ayotshiswa entondoni. Uyayibona itsho, that's exactly what was happening in this story. And then the unfortunate, so there is always that battle going on between these two gents. That means between Manrico and Count Di Luna. And now each of them has got, of course, amadoda akhe, amasotsha akhe, amana ibutho lakhe. So uManrico unamajoni akhe, uCount Diluna unamajoni akhe. So this is not just any soldiers chorus, but these soldiers, they belong to Count Diluna. Am I making sense, colleagues? So they belong to Count Diluna. What are they saying here? Is like we are just relaxing here now, playing and enjoying ourselves. But we know for sure that we must be ready once Ilongo likhale and say, come and be ready for war. Then we will be ready. Hence, as abanendo ezauti paya ildisangwe. That means we are cleaning these swords for now. But we know what they will become red as blood because they will be fighting with the enemy. Hence, there's abanendo ezauti in where they are all singing now. Non chamai non sorriso vittoria if you vede speranza fino. Squealy is like squealy is a sweat. That means a metal thing. Am I making sense there? So now this is when they are saying, no, we are not going to turn back, but we'll come back victorious. Now the song, I hope I'm making sense on this story, colleagues, that I'm giving you. Now the one may ask, why besenza kanje? If you remember, was it last year when we prescribed E3 as last year. So that is when these guys were fighting and Leonora was at the center. So she was at the center, the lady. And now the reason she thought, because Umanrico is a singer, a troubadour, the actual troubadour, that is the trovatore. Manrico. Hence I was saying, the tenor, I was saying, he's the protagonist. Colleagues. Now, at the time, she heard someone singing and talking, and she thought, it's Umanrico, only to find out it's Count Diluna. Why? Because Amazwi Abo Anjana Ayefana. So that's something that Uverdi was trying to give us a light to say. By the way, the reason if voices Zabos Fana Kabetera is because they are brothers. But they abagaziwa as yet. But abantilu azuchena akwazi ukuziphindezela back towards the end of the opera, where she's saying, you know, if you do this, I will give you umntwana wami. But up until when the Count Diluna is killing or ebulawa uManrico, and then uzothi azuchena, you have killed your brother. Then Count Diluna cries because kudala wakhangela brother yakhe kanti yiyo lo ebesoloko esithi intaskura esilwa nayo ixesheli but engayazi. Now in this case, these guys I always say when I'm dealing with opera pieces, colleagues, it's very important to understand the 5 W's. Who is singing? What are you saying? Why are you saying this? Where are you and when? So the one part uzokala before the song and after the song. And then we get to the actual now. What is happening now? So before, because they were fighting in that trio for a woman, and then wamtata wamwina uManrico to yena. So you can imagine the baritone, because won by the tenor, the soprano was crying for a tenor. That needs to be highlighted very clear. So now what happened is then the baritone, of course, lost in that trio because the lady went off with the tenor, which means with Manrico. And Count Diluna now is planning. But you know what? The best thing is for me to go and attack. Now the soldiers must be ready. And the soldiers is a camping yabo. They was just enjoying themselves. They know and they were cleaning these swords, but we know for sure, but within no time, these swords will be dirty of blood because they are going to fight. They don't know yet, up until their commander comes in bar something. That is in bar 50. Can you see bar 50? And then we get Ferrando. Ferrando
is the right-hand man of Count De Luna. Count De Luna, Ferrando is the bass baritone. Listen, colleagues. Ferrando is a bass baritone, ne? Or even closer to bass for that matter. So I'm saying this in line with what we said earlier about TV, ne? Of the voices, choosing the voice. So when you may want to choose the baritone, a lyric baritone, but ayizukwazi ukusinikeza that actual do from a commanding soldier. Then he comes in.
Si pro di amici al di novello emote del capitar la bocca in venir d'ogni parte.
Cola, pringe, whatever. But look at bar number 57.
Sin vi si vinca.
Vinca is like victory. Si vinca in nostro. That means victory will be ours. And look at Verdi when he agrees, the affirmation of that.
Sin vinca.
Bar 60, sin vinca. And then nostro. When I was giving character these two sets of beats, of chords, colleagues, I said to me, bar number 60 is an affirmation when that is of saying victory is ours. But when you look at the last one, if you look, there's some sort of inversion that happened there. Am I correct or am I correct, boy? Bar number 62. From 60 and 62. There's some sort of inversion that happened there. Now when you look at this one, what the guys are going to say, you are inviting us to dance. In this context of dance, is like you are inviting us. We are ready. We are ready to fight. Now, so that is music to our ears. We have no choice. So hence, I'm saying to me, affirmation, ba-bam. Then the next one in terms of chord inversion, it gives a brighter some sort of giving of the guys that are saying, you are inviting us to dance now. So that one is triggering. Am I making any sense, colleagues? Now,
Sin vinca.
take your time.
Nostro.
And then in a cappella,
Ducin vintia danza.
now look at this. There's something that he said about Temet. Not everything is about scope and honoring thing, colleagues. Ne? Because it's opera.
Duci vintia danza. No, but Ducin vintia danza.
Because of what is going to happen in the orchestra. Am I making any sense? Because of what is going to happen. You see, which is now it's going to take us off of the context of the piece. Remember, sihamba ngala verse besithethe ngayo ekuqaleni, understanding the music that you are singing. Ne? Right. Now, let's look at the structure of the piece now. The structure of the piece goes like this. It's in two sections. There's 1 and 2 and a bridge. I call that, colleagues, that recitativo ka Ferrando a bridge. Because Ferrando comes, these guys were just excited, enjoying themselves, and then comes to deliver the message because he's from a meeting with the count, with the leader. So the leader emphasized that, this is what is going to happen now. We're planning. And then now it's coming.
Si pro di amici al di novello.
I can see that you are happy, you are enjoying yourself, blah, 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 blah. But look, now, tomorrow, we have to prepare. You are going straight to no. And now, victory is ours. Am I making sense? So now you need a baritone that is going to have a commanding voice.
commanding. And remember, he's not fighting now, but he needs to be a leader, authoritative. This is what is going to happen. Now the diction is very important. We're going to get there on how that needs to be approached. The texture of the piece, it's antiphonic, where you find out there are these voices addressing the statement. There are other voices. We are more like in your lift up your heads, put Tebela for an example. Now look at this piece. Bar number something. My bar number something will be 22. Ne? So you see the first group of soldiers. Orko, dadi, mafra, poko, joke. Jokeremo. Jokerem ben altro joko. Jokerem is to play. Jokiamo is to play. Ne? Or to bet, sort of. Then, abanye questa chardal sangue or terso. Sangue is blood. So in other words, this weapon, now I'm cleaning, will soon be full of blood. Am I making sense? In other words, I see this group of soldiers playing dice or doing whatever, and I see this group of soldiers busy cleaning their weapons. Am I making sense, colleagues, there? Now, up until the part where they all come in, Kupa number 38. Kupa number 38. Secondly, what we need to know here, because this is a soldier's chorus, maybe one will say, but with soldier's chorus, kumngoma zamasoja befanele si expecte into ezathi alamarkia okanye aramarcha okanye marcato or whatever, but here it's there in that music. I'm going to show you, ne sizayibona bayihamba kanjani. The opening prelude of the song, on its own, it sets the mood, ne? And you can see the playfulness, the playing of the soldiers, playing, or rather, let's go, my brother. 1, 2, 1, and ta. Ta, 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 now, let's stop right there. Is there any melodic idea that you are getting? Yes, there is. Orkodati is from the opening chords. There. But now let's get to bar number 10 and listen what is happening. 1 and 2. So, to me, the first 9 bars is the theme of the guys that are playing. The second theme, bar number 10, is for those that are cleaning the swords. 1 and 2. It's off, ne? It's off, and if we bambe it to give that kind of attention up until the guys come in. And when they come in, the piano is not directing anything. When they come in, they might have forgotten about the melodic idea from bar 1, because from bar 10 up to bar number 21, there was nothing that says the voice ka ingena is our chongol hlobo. Am I making sense? And when they come in there, they need to imitate what the accompaniment was doing go bar 1. Pam, 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 pam. We need your colleagues to define between, or to differentiate between the staccato and the quaver. Between a staccato and a quaver, or a half note with the rest mve. We are on joy. Omnye uzafika di
Orko dati mafra poko.
omnye uzari
Orko dati mafra poko.
orko dati. Ukhona umehluko kule nichoy. So the second one is what we want. The first one has got some accent in it. Which are not there. Those are the things that Ubu Tembele was talking about. The adjudicator will then say, look, Gebasi appreciate what you've particular that thing that which you did wrong, which is not in the music. Am I making sense, colleagues? I hope I'm making sense. Let's try and look at this opening section. Number 20. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm not a conductor. I know that here there are good conductors. I always do that disclaimer. I'm a singer. But even though I'm not a conductor, but I can tell you when you are conducting wrong. I'm not a pianist, but I can tell when the pianist is playing incorrect. Yeah, now, the metronome mark is 92. And what the value of that metronome is minim. Am I making sense? But then, let's go straight after Uferando, bar number 67. The metronome mark is 96. And what is the note? It's a crochet. Let's then look at this thing. Go to allegro moderato here, grandioso. We're going to talk about that. And then up go to allegro. Was it allegro? Unko from bar 1 to bar 9. I think I go allegro losimfunai. But unko from bar 10 up to 21, that was allegro. Say colleagues, ne? Because we expect this. So, now, in other words, I don't got that much of a difference. But the other one needs to be grand. And the other one, remember, is the minim. The other one is a crochet. But the crochet is a bit relaxed. And hence grandioso with that kind of dignity, with that kind of warmth. Squeeze, that's when we get the marcato then. Or rather, alla marcha. Magasi again go from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Now, the idea of that crochet, even those who move on 4/4 time, you may perhaps beat twice in a bar. Am I correct? You may perhaps beat twice in a bar. Let's go. 1 and 2 and 1. In other words, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Sawucula ke colleagues, sawucula notes. Ngenxa yesizathu esitacileyo ne. Yafana ke ukwitempo from the beginning. Crescendo.
Mi, do, so, mi, fa, so, do, re, mi, re, do, si, mi, do, mi, do, so, mi, fa, so, mi, so, do, mi.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Thank you so much, Go. Let's stop right there. Don't turn the page. Now, this is what they are saying. From Upa 32, for an example. Il soccorso din madato. The reinforcement asked for it. Then experienced, others are responding. Kupa number 36. Experience of bravery is what we have. We have experience for this. Now look at this now. Upa apan palekona when I labza kupa number 38.
Il soccorso di data aspetta valore.
You can connect that if you want. But in Latin is portamento, even though we know Taiwan, but you can. It's implied emotionally. Hence that fortissimo. Therefore, that fortissimo, it's not merely about you bursting with loudness, but it's for emotional intensity. Am I making sense, colleagues? Can we take it from bar number 36, upbeat of 36?
So we go. All'aspetto del valore.
Can you feel can you hear what I'm saying? My demonstration.
instead of da 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 verloor honor.
But
Verloor kambamba.
But stylistically, that is correct. Am I making sense? Now let's go. Upbeat of 36, 1 and
Alla spetale el valoriam.
sense. Now let's go. Upbeat of 36, 1 and
Alla spetale el valoriam.
ta ta.
Non fia più, non fia più.
Now, let's quickly look at Upa. Let's quickly look at Upa number 39 or 38, 39 versus bar number 22. Best in Upa number 22.
Orca da di.
Ba kulena sithini na? Same notes, but different setup. Those were quavers, ne? Halves. But these are full notes, but with accents. So it's more on emphasize on the statement, abastetai. But the value of the note, my baluleke colleagues, ne? The value of the note, so that ungathi apa ushotnishe i-value ye note because influenced by the opening. Am I making sense? I hope you have colleagues there. Right. And also those accents are not saying Talabza we're already fighting now. Yeah, but like for instance in this opening section, they are not even aware that there is a message that is coming for them to get ready. Let's take it from 38 and then we go. Dante tata 1 2 3
Do mi do so mi fa so fi la di do re mi la e to re mi fa re la ti so cut ya e ma to la pa si so fa mi.
Bar number 49. There is no rallentando or retardando or anything that says drop the tempo. Remember, the guys don't know that Uferrando is coming. I'm just trying now to link the actual story with what is happening in the song. So they don't know Taskura that kukonumdos is message go. So I'm not expecting you know how to non fa più non fia più si urongo uyehla u50 marks gunu 50 marks. Okay, so it means colleagues online, once you do that in that section, you will be killing the actual character of the song because they don't know yet that Ferrando is coming. Ne? So they go, no, hence Ferrando just comes in abruptly in the second beat. So it's gonna non fia più non fia più
Si pro di amici al di novello e mente del capitare.
now, which something that is not that popular ku Verdi indaba yeseko recitativo, but then he adapted that here. Itetukuti the dominance is given more on the actual message that is being carried by the soloist more than what the music or the accompaniment does. Hence you see the dry chords there. Am I making sense, colleagues?
Capitar,
Bar 53, bruh.
capitar, la roca investir d'ogni parte, con la pingera da denir, non certezza,
Whatever near.
più che speranza, sin vinca. È nostro.
And we go.
Yeah.
Here is a question. Here is a question. Was there anything a drop tempo in the piece? Nothing that was saying to us, let's drop the tempo. It exactly, somebody saying music suggests so here. That's 100% perfect. That is why I always say there's a difference between music and a song. Am I making sense? Music, because when you look at the piece of paper that is the song, you don't see that. As a conductor, uzawukhalaza xa ukwaya A1. Because you will be saying, but he dropped the tempo, and I didn't drop the tempo because there's nothing that says drop the tempo. But what is the text saying? Follow the text. He spoke about the melodic contour and other things, which was very interesting. Obot. That will then assist you to interpret a certain portion of music. Ne? So even the guys, when they come in, they are not going to say, So it should be in a way saying, oh, okay, fine, here we are. That's music to our ears. Invita, that means inviting us to dance. Dance. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Now, can't you feel the alla marcha there? Can't you feel the alla marcha? Now, I can see that you did not feel it. Play bar number 67, brah. From bar number 67. 1, 2, 3. Now, we feel the character of the soldiers. Can you feel now the character of the soldiers? Ta-tan, 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 ta-ra-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta, fine. Let's start to sing. Sing bar number 67. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ti so mi re, so fa mi, so do la so, fa re mi do mi so fi la so, do re di re mi re ta tan, ti ta da ta tan ta ta na na ra ra. Ecco, non c'ha mai un sorriso, vittoria di più liete, speranze finor. I veloce si aspetta la gloria e la pena. No, and ya papà, subito, yam, ta-da-da, ta-da-da, ta-da, ti-da-da-ta, ti-da-da-da, ta ta tan ta 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 tan ta ta da di den har ta ta ti dan ti dan ta tan ta tan ta tan ta tan ta ta da ta din da ta ta tan di den di den ta ti da ta ti da ta ba ta ti da ta. To ta 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 la ta 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 ya la ta la na ya la na la si la ti la ni la mi ti la la so la ti la so la tu a cut ta 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 ra ta 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 ara pa pa. Soft, non c'ha mai un sorriso, vittoria è più bella, anzi fino, don't know too much, evil, go away, morendo, ti danno la per, l'onore, soft, morendo, rallentando, l'onore. Now, that's Verdi. Why? Now
now, why am I doing the Moreno? Remember this, guys, we make it real, colleagues. Remember, it was at the point where Verdi, remember when I said earlier, he was at the center because he took the baton from the bel canto. Now he was handing over to the verismo, making things to be real. And hence even, when he composed this, he composed the triplets. They were composed in a space of 3 years. After this, it was a Rigoletto. And I mean, before this, it was a Rigoletto. And after this, it was La Traviata. So that's the time that Uverduaxitwa, he was having Wengalali, Wengalali, and he produced the best. And then after La Traviata, then Aida came. And then Nabucco's and up to his verismo, which is we may associate with Otello. So, colleagues, that is very important to be real. When we say Morendo, it's like the soldiers now are going back to their camps. No, non sorry. In laws, tetela yena kuye. Lape, dwai, lonor. I intend yak. Lape, dwai, lonor. Then, now, go. Sengihlala phansi njengomfundisi utsho anjikuchiwe ecaweni yadofundisa sengihlala phansi. I want us to have this feeling. I mean, Pan 96 nko. Look at Panama 96, colleagues. Of course, 96 is a continuation from somewhere, but upon Palele corner, Google link at 98 to 99. Can you play from 96 nko? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Listen to what the bass is saying. Can you hear the conversation between? Can you hear the conversation between the left hand and the right hand? You are able to enjoy. That's just the left hand. Go 99. 1, 2, 3. 99. Left hand. 1 and 2 and 3 and. It goes and resolves Kupa number 102. Which is the voices now, they need to be part of that journey. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you. So, in other words, what is key? If we are Ibona, it's almost in unison right through. Only few sections where you get harmonies. Ite lando, blending and balanced voices is very important. Blending and balance is very important in this piece. So we need not to hear now, if blending, colleagues, doesn't necessarily speak about only the sound, but also the way you place the vowels. Of course, it will influence the production of the sound. Also, the way you articulate your consonants. If we so they need kanye, those things. Am I making sense? So I'm just making an example about this. So those are the few things. I think I spoke about them. Alamarcha, I spoke about bar number 38, which up with Fumana Kola, that forte connecting where I said a quasi portamento there. So I indicated the issue of the texture, which is antiphonal, and which is a performance style. Antiphonic music, which is a performance style, which an ensemble is divided into two. Hence I was saying here, soldiers this side and soldiers, 2 or more groups performing alternatively as separate groups. Of course, bamane bengatabaya pendulana. It's not a call and response. Am I making sense, colleagues? Right, I think that's about it. Thank you so much. I like this dancing. I'm conflicted, eviva peviam. So conflicted. Uverdi will tickle something in you. No, honcha hamai. Can we go to which song next? Which song? According to that program? How lovely. How lovely. Can we go to how lovely? Thank you. Over to you, but. Any question, colleagues? Any question, comment? Any question or comment? Going once? You have a question, Nancy? Going twice? Gone. Thank you. Iyandiwarisha xa kuvele kungabikho question. Vele ube ngathi ayivakali yonke le nto ithetha abantu abayiva.
Thanks, Mr. Ngqokwana. That was. Right. Now we are moving to an altogether different piece. Again, I would like us to go back to what we said earlier, that while composers might belong to the same period, and therefore they are categorized as, like in this case, Verdi and Brahms, they are categorized as romantic composers. But Verdi is more known for opera, and Brahms is German and is more known for instrumental works. And their temperament in composition is very different. And so moving from the Verdi opera to a requiem mass, not a requiem mass, to a mass by Brahms immediately constitutes a marked difference. Which also means conductors need to think, are there people who are doing How Lovely here? All right, those people who are doing How Lovely, and they're also doing the male chorus, they have to think in terms of how they actually work in the balance between the two songs. This is a big opera. It's a big opera chorus by males, but How Lovely sits on the voice quite differently. Does it make sense? And so you need to mute your sound when you are singing How Lovely. But with this other chorus that Mr. Ngqokwana has just done, the sound is much bigger. I don't want to say it has to be heavy or anything, but the sound is much bigger. The sentiment is much more vibrant, whereas How Lovely is actually very controlled. Now, one thing I want to emphasize about How Lovely, I'm not going to take a lot of your time because you still have to go to lunch, and I think there's still a lot of work to be done. Can conductors who are here, when they go to rehearsals, first thing, kill the vibrato? The vibrato and forced singing in this song is going to alter it's going to muddle the pitch, and also is going to kind of work against your text, right? So this song does not need vibrato at all. Try to get your sopranos, with due apologies to all the sopranos in the house, but we know Osismetu, they're always the ones who really want to go that much. Does it make sense? So that's the first thing we don't do. I'm probably not going to go through a lot of things about this song, except that it comes from the German Requiem by Brahms. And this is I think this is the fourth movement, How Lovely Are Thy Dwellings. And really it comes from Psalm 84, verses 1 and 2 and 4. So if you go to Intermission, Intermission 84, verses 1, 2, and 4, you'll hear that. But what is most important here is that there's a sense of calm at the start that comes as a result of the admiration of the place in which God resides. But as the music goes further, then Brahms changes a number of things. The music goes to the minor key, and the music goes to a polyphonic section, and the sound actually becomes, that's where he builds up the music to reach the climax. And that is where the text also changes. It's no longer just an admiration of the lovely dwellings of God, but rather it's also the spirit leaping to be in the place where God is. Does it make sense? Right. So, one other thing that I would like to emphasize here is the phrase shape. Brahms' shaping in this song is almost a curve like that. And also make sure as a conductor that you shape your music accordingly. If you look in the beginning, just the first three notes, that would be bar 4, I think, all the way to bar 12. If you look at that, the music starts low, that is on the register, and it goes up and up and up, and then it comes down. Brahms does that almost throughout this song. And if you follow that and you pay attention to that kind of shaping, you will then have very nicely shaped lines. Does it make sense? Right. So that's the most important thing here. And also, if you look at the structure, the music almost always starts on a third or a second beat. Bum bee dum ba dum bum bee bee ba bum ba. Make sure that you give us that feel, right? Again, I'm going to overemphasize the way you give weight to your beat. If you go 1, 2, 3, and bum bum ba ba instead of so even you're conducting, if you're going to go there and conduct a strict 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, bum, bum, done, it becomes something else. But if you shape your lines, then you get into the style of the music. Does that make sense? Right. The opening is homophonic. What I need to know before I pass, do you understand the meaning of homophonic, antiphonic, polyphonic, phonic. I think there's also monophonic. Okay, we can quickly go to Google at your own time and check. These are very important words in terms of discussing and in terms of understanding musical texture and therefore musical structure and shape. So here in the beginning, the music is very homophonic, but what this man does is that when he builds climaxes, he changes to a clearly defined polyphonic texture. So if you look at the beginning, bum, 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 the different lines are moving in more or less the same rhythm. Does it make sense? And they start together and end together. But if you jump to bar 48, that is the first climax that Verdi, that Brahms starts. So there's a key change which is already effected before. But if even if you don't understand what polyphony is, it's okay. But look at the visual effect of the score. Look at its score is tonic solf, not tonic solf, it's staff notation. Do you see the lines there that they create a sense of steps? So if you're moving from there's a poco accelerando somewhere there in bar 48, and if you look at the bass line, so 48, 49, and then bar 50, you look at the tenor line, and then bar 48, 49, 50, 50, at bar 52, you look at the alto, and then the next bar, you look at the soprano. Do you see that sense of layering that happens? Does it make sense? So, if you go back to the beginning, look at the structure, look at your lines, at your vocal lines at the beginning, right where the music starts, and you go to the next system from there. So you see the lines are more or less aligned. That is, almost all the 4 parts are singing exactly the same notes. In terms of the curation, do you see that? So they're all singing at the same time, and they are singing, and they all, at bar 12, 13, they all close together. And also the idea also starts, and he more or less does the same thing. So that structure is quite important, right? So it is the homophony that I was talking about at the start, and where the music starts layering up, it is the polyphony that I was talking about. It's the melodic lines, or rather it's the SATB being stretched like melodies, one taking pretty much like in a relay, one taking after the other. And so, as a structural device, and also as an interpretive tool, it's very important that you actually use that to build and shape your music. That effect of a relay from the basses to the tenors and the altos and sopranos. Does it make sense? Right. Now, what this man does very beautifully is that he contrasts, when he builds towards a climax, he moves to the polyphony. When he wants to drop the energy, he kind of goes back again to the homophonic structure. So in bar 48, but then he also goes on to, let's look now at a different place where he builds again the music very nicely. I'm going to skip other instances where polyphony is suggested and come to this particular line. Right, sifikile kuyo. 120, 21, 22, 23, 24. Do you see bar 124? Do you see? He does pretty much the same thing. The sopranos are bum, 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 ba. And then what are the basses doing? Ba, 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 ba. Nkosi asidlalela phaya. But just visually, again, let's forget about sight reading or understanding staff notation or whatever. But if you're reading the music from down up, you can once again see the way that Brahms uses the bass, and then the tenors follow, and the altos follow, and the sopranos follow in a polyphonic sequence that he actually uses to build to a climax. So one of the things then you need to think through when you are working on the interpretation of this song is to think about how the homophonic texture creates a sense of calmness, right? A much more controlled sound world. And then as soon as he moves to a polyphonic texture, there's a little bit of movement. Not movement in tempo, but rather a movement in terms of sound intensity and a sense of building up. And then he contrasts that after the first polyphonic section, and then again, he now tackles the polyphonic section, uses shorter rhythmic figures. And when we play that, you're going to hear the effect of that. Sevan? Right. But there's another place that I want to draw your attention to, conductors. Do you see bar 141? I wish we had a tape so that if you're looking at the soprano and alto lines, they're moving in longer rhythmic values. You've got 1, 2 tied to the 3 and 1. And when you play that, it gives you a sense of cross-rhythmic figuration between the females and the males. So the males are going ba 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 ba, ba, but the soprano and alto, they're giving you a bum bum bum. So it gives a feeling of a 2 against a feeling of a 3. So that effect of a hemiola is quite important in that section because he also uses that to build excitement in his music. Yeah, Jongan again. It's tonic solver sometimes. But if you're looking at the landing, stuff, the ladies are coming bam bam da bam ba, and then the males are coming da ba da ba da ba da ba 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 ba. So the males feel like they're in 3, and the females, they sound like they're in 2. And a conductor who picks that up, remember saying a conductor who picks that feeling of moving from 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Because once you hammer those 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 of the females against the 1, 2, 3 that the males are doing, it really gives that feeling of an offbeat. Does it make sense? We're still in 3, but the way Brahms has joined the notes is such that the females feel like they're singing dum bum dum bum bum ba. In males as they're singing bum ba ba da ba 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 da ba da. So you have a feeling of this 2 above against the 3 below. So conductors work on that to build your music. Okay, right. So, because Senkatele, I'm going to ask the conductors that are here to actually just do the conducting. So, on bar 164, he comes back again as he closed the music at bar 164. He comes to this calm, quiet, homophonic section again. And then all the way to the end. Even though there is some, would you say it's an imitation? Dum ba ra ba be ba ba ba, and then labanya bam 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 bam. So that layering is there. I don't want to say it's a full polyphony, but there's some kind of an imitative progression there. Even Asekkaleni, uyayenza, but it's not as energetic and as defined as what I showed you in the middle. So it's quite important then, 2 things for those who have chosen this song. Calm the vibrato down. But equally, calm the loud singing down. Ne? So this song, Kaspiki Kalin. Sidlale leke Kalin, makasizame sif bastola kanjani. It's in the tempo like bum ta to end. Right, Neville, we bump it up. Ikwara yakho singo adjudicate esihlala kule ndawo. Istage is lapha. It doesn't need to be 1, 2 and you go. I need kanjalo. It has to come. It has to be here. Let's go. But also think about your lines. 1, 2 and go. How you conduct will make a difference. If you avoid, I don't want to say avoid conducting on a beat, because sometimes the choir gets out of time, but it's nicer if you conduct in lines. It helps you to shape the music. Look at the difference. Let's go 1, 2. That kind of giving music a space to line out, so that you don't, as the music goes forward, it doesn't have the feel of the 1, 2, 3. But let's see what happens when we get to bar. Did you say it's 120? Bar 48, must not over 48. Do you think you can manage that? 47, 46. Okay. So it's 1, there. All right. Nisa, you look so good, but there give your conducting a kick. Ne? Almost treat that part. I don't want to say Makacho, but for you to actually just get that drive going, then don't think about the lines as you did at the start. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. Note the difference again, the change. Let's go again to Shala. Where do we actually start? Bum, 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 bum. Let's start on that. Bum, 1, 2, and you go. And go. You're gonna kick. You're gonna kick. You're gonna kick. You get that, even though we're not singing the right note, but you get the idea. You get the contrast between the kind of flowing, smooth beginning and the kick that you give here, and how immediately after that kick, the music floats again, right? So make sure that you use that structure as building up what I call the first clear fugal entry. That also is some kind of a first climax of the piece. Does it make sense? So you need to, if in your mapping of the music, you need to think like that. That you've got the start, and you've got the first climax, and you've got the relaxation point, and already? Oh, sorry for that. What did I just say? Okay, right. I'll repeat for those who are in line that use that first fugal entry as your first build-up. So the music is floating from the beginning, bum, 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 and you don't give that sense of 1, 2, 3. But here, because also if you look at the rhythmic structure, you've got very clearly defined 1, 2, 3, like crochet. That immediately gives you a sense of, you can get away with actually bouncing on each beat. And then when you go to the next section, around bar 54 going forward, then the music comes down again. Does that make sense? Right. Then the music comes down and flows beautifully. Then when it gets to, I think it's bar 120 something, yes. When it gets to 121, 22, 23, it does pretty much like this. Does almost the same thing. You've got the basses here leading the fugal entry, and then the rest of the choir doing that. Once again, give the music a drive. By saying give the music a drive, I don't mean rush the tempo, but the music must have a clear sense of forward movement. Seven. And I hope I confuse. Sometimes it comes as a 7-cycle music. Or give the music a drive does not necessarily mean rush the tempo, but in plain English, I think the two mean the same thing. There must be a feeling of going forward in the music. Bum, da, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, as opposed to bum, 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 ba, da, bum. Does it make sense? So use that. 20, 21, 22, even if you just play alone. Where the basses come in, do, bass, or other. It's 124. Yeah. Can you play just the bass line and the tenor and... Right, okay, all right, good. Mascala and soprano on that so, do, where's that? So, do, yes. Part 20, just a bit before, and then we get the basses. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, and... Come everybody. Go, move. Right, okay. But also, within this polyphonic line, there's also some other textural element that is being suggested, which is a call and a response. Some kind of responsorial singing there. If you're listening to the basses, I go bum ba 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 dee da ba da beat ba 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 ba. Where they stop, the tenors take over. Can you do that again? So, yes, sir. Here, in this section, the melody is not carried by one voice to start with. So the different voices are building up on the melodic idea. But so it's some kind of a layering. So there's no one voice that... I think it's important to then go back to that notion of differentiation between homophony and... Homophonic structure is more like the hymn structure, or Nkosi Africa. Usually the soprano carries the melody and the other parts are just are fillers, are harmonic fillers. But in a polyphonic or a fugal structure, the different parts are either carrying the same melody and layering it, or sometimes you find that there's some kind of a pairing of parts, whereby the sopranos and tenors are singing the same idea, and maybe the basses and the alto, they're also imitating each other with a contrasting idea. So it's not a question of one line carrying a melody, it's different lines carrying different melodies, or different lines carrying the same melody at different times, hence the idea of an imitative structure. Never. Okay, think about the following. I'm tired. What is that? Athletics. 100 meters. Everybody goes at the same time. No? So in a sense, there's a sense of ubabonke basondela to the line, to the finishing line together. It's all the same energy and the same everything. But we relay. The four start, and then they give over to other, and so on and so on. So there is that passing of the idea, or in the case of relay, of the stick, and so on until you get to the end. Does that make sense? So here you find that the basses come in, ba 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 ba. The tenors take that up, and the altos take that up, and so on and so on and so on. But the sopranos, even though at the start they've got their motif, but as the whole thing builds up, they also take the same idea as the alto and the tenors and the basses, all the way until the end. So, going back to what I said earlier, that irresponsibility to adjudicators is just to trap you. Make sure this part is the cleanest. You know? Just really go to this part. Because it's easier to go to the choir. And I mean, how lovely, especially if you've got the pianist. The start and the ending are very beautiful. but that's not where the trick lies. The trick is in these polyphonic sections. So make sure, and the difficulty with the first one is that it comes in a minus key. So that because it comes in rapidly changing minor sequence, you then find ukuthi transit and get chromatics. Transit and get chromatics. So make sure that you do that part very slowly, because I transit and get chromatics, it just becomes a challenge. Sevan? So my suggestion sometimes go kondi. Thina singabantu abamnyama asisiqondi kakuhle iscale eziminor. So xa kukho u-RA, R-A, which is a lowered second, no TO, which is a lowered seventh, sometimes asikwazi ucula njengoba sikwazi ukuthi re ti xa ngu-RA TO asikwazi umcula. And my suggestion to choirs is that rather than uba ujikelezana nephepha usenza u-RA TO ongamvayo, just listen to the pitch. Abamva for 6 months u-RA TO. Oh, as long as babe sathi RA TO soze bamfumana. Just do it like you're listening to a Brenda Fassie piece, right? Brenda alisha semcula notes. Ufika nje sithi da 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 ba, but uba utshintsha zandansike lamagama as a pitches ka Brenda because he notes. Exactly, uvula indlela ungamtshintsha do mi so do la and so on and so on. But once it comes to minor keys, abantu bethu abeva. So play the melodica or play the keyboard, but in na. That becomes much easier. Does it make sense? Right. I think, another thing, phrasing in this song is key, especially the ends. Ne? Just shape your phrases very nicely and clearly show your choir. Or go to your phrase. Masime nge phrase as chopped. Bam 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 ba bam 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 ba bam ba bam bam ba dam ba ram bam bam ba. Ne? Bo conduct. Go better u3 or go uzukwazi uyibonisa that ta tam ta ne. So let's make sure in Doba, all three are symbolic cool. Use your hands to shape the sound and to shape the phrase. Okay? Right. Lastly, be careful of the high A. High A, I didn't get closer. Let me check. It's sopranos, Bengenda. Right. If we go to bar 141. If you go to bar 141, I think the tenors and the at bar 141 is still the sopranos. Namonde Choral note. Bar 141. Can anybody try that note? I think that's the highest note in this song. Let's go. That's the highest note. The tenors, that exactly like she does. Because even with tenors, they go that high. You just umlandele 1, 2. Right. Okay, so, but that is the highest note you can get. Make sure, book conductor, that you prepare for that high A. That do, fa, ba. A lot of choirs are going to be screeching there. Right? So let's just make sure that we don't push voices. Just a clean pa pa nagu tenors. And tenors, if it's difficult, book conductors, that this kind of song, if you go falsetto, you won't go wrong. Ne? Rather than you go, if your choir pushes the voices and you're screamer, go falsetto, you'll still sound fine. Okay. I think that's all I want to say. I'm not going to, because also we're running out of time. I think we've kind of looked through the parts that we want, unless we want Umhlekazi from the beginning to the end, and then Abakhalela Uktula, Bakule, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and go. Licule. Ucula till the end. Better, but not talking on Super. And you're building as I notice in the move on, move on. Time. Right, thank you. that is the animal we're facing. So it's doable, but we have to have very strong and neat sopranos and tenors and basses. The altos, they just have to be there. But now, as I close, well, not to be there and do nothing, as I close, just play with the passing notes. Intonation, Mr. Ngwanuti, we must overemphasize intonation, especially the chromatics, but also the passing note, like bam pa, while others are sustaining, other parts just below are doing other things. Make sure, and especially the basses, I think they've got the most beautiful passing notes there. Make sure that you use those to paint the music, right? Okay, good luck.
Thank you so much, TV. Colleagues, any comments? Let's open for comments now, questions and additions. Going once, or advices. I know there are conductors that have conducted and won this song. Advices. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, TV. Once more, colleagues. We now, colleagues, thinking of going to Ipalich, ne? Lunch. Una question, Dalabza? So, that we go for lunch. While they are setting up, we can use this time just to introduce each other. Just to introduce each other until we set up. 15 minutes. I think section 8 minutes now. Leyok introduce. Maskale apa kwel. Thank you. Senzela uba ungathi ngela xesha lelanza ndiye ndikubonile pha. Okay, colleagues, I think what's going to happen, I ndikuthamsanqa ncokwana ndiculwa likhwayethile ndize represent ikhwayethile eculwa ku standard or large ndichatila ndichatanga mhlawumbi uyafuna ayinamsebenzi.
Afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Akona. Yo. Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Akona. Okay. Afternoon, guys. My name is Akona. Wakachali. Puma la le KwaZulu Natal, Newcastle. I'm from SA Singers. Ndiyaphosisa ngwasemdantsane. Tsholo.
Molweni nonke. Uzola kwamgodi lapha eSt London, BCC choir. Nkosi. Ndichatile.
Ubuyathanda ke ungatsho uthi uyichamp uba uyichamp uba uyazi indawo zechamp ungaziyeka.
Molweni kumvelisi kaMkhatshwa lo from the Melodious Sounds. Ndiphakulaji ke. Usaphakulaji.
Molweni colleagues, ngutata uNyamende lubabalo ndihamba nalomfanyana Melodious. Awu Nkosi yami. So obvious.
Afternoon everyone. Ndingusiphokazi Mzamo from eBizana but ndilapha eIsland ndifunda eFort doing masters in music. The soloist soprano and apha ndithunywe yiBizana Dolce to attend.
Dumelang. Nna
ke melody ya Salukazana. Haisuki Man Fletcher. But ke rate pair ya Zwelitsha. I'm a rate pair ya Zwelitsha. Diyayijonga iLove Dale bayadlana. Diyayijonga iZek bayadlana. Diyayijonga isiRumule bayatyana. Diyayiphatha iflag yaseLesotho chorus. Diyayiphatha iflag eBukamuso. Dikhona ndisupport ye-choral music.
Enda. Mr. Musingadi from South African Navy Choir, all the way from Venda via Cape Town and to East London. Thank you.
Di Maceroni, Enda, Mubango.
Afternoon, colleagues. Botan Betuna, igama ngu Aphiwe Fangisaleni, Choral Voices of the Nation.
Molweni. Ndiyabulisa na online. Igama lam ndinguSandiso wakwagwe abangandaziyo. Inqununu encinci apha eSouth Africa. Ndicula ithena kulaa choir inkulu kuthiwa yi-Voices of the Nation, the great champs zika 2024. Tirompane, yes, Tsaba iThembu kulo nyaka.
Molweni, asindisiwe wakajikwana from Butterworth, ndilapha eMdantsane, ndizojoyina iLove Dale Choir.
Molweni, ndinguGeneral uBenuka, i-chorist yapha iLove Dale.
Molweni, luthethayo nguSive, wakamgapha, Pantsula for Life, ndipha iLove Dale eKing. Enkosi.
Molweni. Dingo Ahlumile Dike, ngihlala eDimbaza, ngicula iLove Dale. Ngicula ialto.
Molweni. Molweni, igama lami nguLisa Khanya, ndihlala eDimbaza, ndiculela iLove Dale, inkosi. Ndicula ialto. Thank you.
Molweni endlini. Nguliveni igama, Ndudula ifani. Ndisuka eDimbaza. Ndicula ithena phaa kwiLove Dale.
Molweni endlini, ngubonga inkosi kaMsesiwe lo uthethayo, ucula i-third tenor phaa kwi-Voices of the Nation. Thank you.
Molweni endlini, uSikhura, from Fort Hare Choir, enkosi.
Molweni endlini. Igama nguBhuxolani kaSiqwiphu. Bathi braxi abantu abaninzi xa bembiza. I'm just a music practitioner. Ndize ngelo digita apha namhlanje. Thank you.
Molweni, mna ndingu-Anathi Fano Kwamabhulu, ndisuka eTsholo mna ndilapha eZiphunzane. Cula i-soprano e-BCC.
Molweni, igama lam ndinguYolanda Mqobethu, ndisuka eZolitsha, ndiculela iLove Day. Anditshatanga.
Mandizibusele ngegama lika Yesu Kristu. Kuwaphiwe lo namagwaxaza ndi assistant conductor eCradoc.
Molweni, igama nguLumanyana wakwamafana. Defending champ yase Lovedale. Ngicela ibase.
Nama nthawathela thuba ndibulise. Lo uthethayo nguluKho, igama Sabalele Fani. Suke eCumakala. Wayeyitena qha ngenxa yemeko zalo maxesha. Latshintsha ilizwi ndayibaritone. Gqibela kwam ustage ke ndigqibele kula choir ekuthiwa iBel Canto. Anda ikhuni lalikaBhuti uSikhumbuzo. Ngoku ndilapha nje ngenxa yothanda umculo inkosi.
Molweni. Utolo lo nguZulu. Khudla amandla kumchele. Igama nguSomila. Ifani nguBhegu. Igama nguSomila. Ndingutolo, ndinguZulu. Ndawodla ngamandla. Ndifunda apha eNantsikeni e-Fort. I'm doing my 3rd year. Doing music. I'm majoring with a piano. The upcoming pianist. Actually. Ndiculela iForte Choir as my institutional choir, and also I sing for Voices of the Nation. Yes.
Othethayo nguVenu, hlala apha eSnar Park. Ndiculela neCradoc, ndize ngeCradoc namhlanje. nguVenu igama nefani. Cradoc.
Ndizibulisele igama nguOyama wakwavena. Ndicula ithena Forte Choir naku Voices of the Nation.
Molweni. Kunceba Xwayi, usuka pha eBizana. Ndiculela iWinnie Madikizela Mandela Choir. Enkosi.
Molweni. I'm Labani Wakatwana, originally from Gauteng, but I'm currently based in Cape Town and I'm the conductor of South African Navy Choir.
Molweni, Kensani Kupula, a lecturer at West Coast College from Western Cape, Cape Town, a defending champion of standard section, Lena Gabom, and then a defending, a defending champion, a champion for the 2nd time, Gakosaska. I'm a conductor of West Coast College. Naxwabani guys, anicinga. Teddy champ niyathula.
Molweni colleagues, igama lami nguDumza Thembani. Ndingulecturer wesingesi pha kula college okuthiwa iLovedale. Le invite nonke ku-200 years celebration izabe ikhona kulo nyaka ngoSeptember. Nonke ningamnamkelekile. Champion League iphakama yebhom eyenze kuntoba kuregisterishe iikwayas eziyi-17 kularge. Ngokucinga afana uba zizazoxutha ichampionship kuthi. Sigqibe iminyaka eyi-200 yonke. Make ziphinde zihambe ziyocinga. Enkosi.
Molweni, nguluxolo lo wakwabheka njani, unkwali, ubhukulu, umkhwanazi, ndicula i-10, ndikwaye ne-conductor yeWusu Butterworth.
Molweni, ngulithalo, Seibok, umbinga, mawawa. Dizo representa i-Credok Melodies Choir. I-West Coast mayazi siyeza kulo nyaka.
Molweni, kubanele ngwane lo uthethayo, i-conductor yaseCBUT eKapa. Ngubane
Uyabuza ke ugwe wawutshatilene.
kubanele ka hayi ka principal. Kubanele ngwane lo ndingwasemzimkhulu ngokuzalwa but based eCape Town. Ndiyi musical director yaseCBUT enkosi.
Mandizibulisele lo uthethayo ngosibaba lo mlungwana anzanga choir pha nje ndithanda umculo. Nkosi.
Okay, molweni, kuyamkela wakwakinana lo. Lento ndiyaphosisa le ndiphansi igama elimbi. I-former student yalapha Fort a music student. Ebetichwa nguSetum, Mr. Ngokwana and no Mr. Vokwana. Or otherwise ke mna ndingiyamkela wakwakinana ndingowaseQonce ndize apha ngeLovedale Choir. Enkosi. Okay.
Sanibona gama Anele Wagamthembu from South African Navy Choir. South African Navy Choir. Yes. Ngiyabonga.
Ndimasiari. My name is Kangwero Parandwa. I prefer being called Chrissy by those of a different tongue. I am from the South African Navy. I am an alto singer.
Molweni endlini. Igama nguAlex wakwamngcingi, umbongo usondisa umvemnyama. Ikhaya lilapha eDutywa. Ndihamba neSouth African Navy Choir. Ndicula i-10. Anditshatanga ladies and I'm available.
Molweni, go-ongeza Mkhumla, I'm from Lady Grey, but ndihlala apha eMonti. Ndisuka phi? Voices of the Nation. Because Achatanga.
Molweni, Nomonde Makamba. Hlala apha eMonti. Ndicula Voices of the Nation Choir enkulu. Enkosi.
Kunento emani sitsho kancinci ithi choir enkulu.
Molweni, igama lam ndingusisipho Nkwili. Ndihlala apha eMonti ndifunde usu. Ndiculela iCredok Melodies.
Utshatile noba utshatanga uyabuza ubora ubutshati.
Anditshatanga ndiyahlala.
Oh bora uthi akatshatanga akahlalisani uthini? Colleagues, I think we're about to be ready by Palichini, ne? We're about to be ready by again, and then sizawuphuma siye khona sizame ukuleqa kakhulu xa sibuya. We will look at 2 pieces if possible at once. That is for unto us a child is born as well. No. Inyamazane. And also Induku, ne? Induku. ka lunch, ne? Because once we Western lo besigqiba menza ngoka standard. So no, it will be unfair if ever sibe to standard ularge singekajongi kuye, ne? So that sizokwazi uba sizame ukupusha. So we go to Indugu, then we go to for unto us, and then go straight to Sivale ngenyamazane, ne? And then sazibake ngoku we are heading for tomorrow. Siyavana, most colleagues. Thank you so much. Colleagues online who are taking a lunch break, now we will be back. The time is 3:10. Colleagues, can we be back at 3:30? Or 20 to 4, ne? Or 20 to 4, ne? Was a better go presto pa again. Presto. So we are 20 to 4, 3:40, 30 minutes, ne?
On two, perfect.
1, 2. Almost. 1, 2. Ingathi ayithethi nje. Oh, iyathetha. inkokhela yenziwe interview. Okay. Molweni, igama lam nguLukho Sabalele, from Estadarem. Uza kwam apha kuBhom, ndize ngenjongo zokubana ngaba kodwa ndibe nako ukukhula kwindawo bendisilela kuzo emculweni. Eyona nto ke bendizoyikhangela into yokubana ngaba kodwa ndithi ndibe ulwazi endinalo apha emculweni ndongezeleleke ndingawuneli nje kuba kanti umculo lo iculo eli ndilicule nje uyophela pha, but into endizifundileyo apha into yokubana ngaba iculo funeka uride iscore ekubeni usazile iscore kodwa uthi ube nako ungqamanisa ne-texture le yo-music for i-interpretation of ingoma kodwa ndingastikhi kuphela kwizinto ezibhalwe kwiscore. Ngosi.
Interview 3. Okay. Okay. 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay. Hi everyone, igama lam ndingeyamkela Kinana. Benize kule workshop kaBhom ukuqala ndizofunda from the credible and reputable lecturers endizaziyo from my high school life, Mr. Ngokwana, Mr. Vokwana, and no Mr. Tembani, and everyone or a practitioner elapha. Well, of course, ukuza platform ezinjena, the number one principle is to learn, and I think yenzekile loo nto leyo so far. And not just as a singer or as a performer, but as a practitioner of music. I'm also a music teacher, so kuninzi endikufundileyo apha so far, and I think ndisake ndiqhubeke ndiphinde ndifunde towards the end of the whole workshop. Enkosi kakhulu.
Boom. Uzadlala ku-channel after this.
Yes. And experience yakho so far. Uzazise. Usondela nini? Step forward.
Igama lami nguSinesipho. Igama lami nguSinesipho wakavenu. Ndiculela iCraddock Melodies and ndize kule workshop just to learn about more music because kwa facilitators ezilapha, they are very well educated, informative about what they are doing. So what I've learned so far is very interesting, new vocabulary. And I'm still hoping to learn more after the break. Thank you.
Before the time. Ukile mhlobo ngeke ngikudala. Athi uyabonakala usemncinci. Fit noba fit.
Lift up your hands. It's just to tell them the three sections. The last section, it actually does different.
And it's the same kind of effect or vibe with drums. Light sound, light texture, being aware of your polyphonic sections, and similarity of placement of the sound, the one uniformity of vowels, kind of thing, blending and balance. It's the structural
Let's turn to bar 18. In fact, bar 33. Bar 33. Oh Lord, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Can we quickly look at the... Good afternoon, colleagues, once more, and good afternoon, colleagues from online. We are back, just with few minutes. We are going to look at the Western, one of the Western pieces is large. That is a Heil sei dem Tag, O Gott, wer ein Holdes, which is a chorus from, a combination of pieces from O Fidelio, an opera by O Ludwig van Beethoven, and that one, the only opera that Beethoven composed. I think we forgot one thing, Mr. Benuka, to indicate colleagues, la male voice, ne? La male voice, or Kodadi. Colleagues, strictly it's Italian. We can see that in the score, it's in a language that is English and Italian. Ne? So strictly Italian. If you come on stage and sing it in English, you will be disadvantaging yourself. So English won't be allowed, but Italian. I hope it's clear even there. Ne? We always advise ukuthi ingoma iziphume ubuyona, deal it with its original language. Then you will be able to get exactly what is expected. Right, and this piece from Ufidelio, I'm now here, Ufidelio. Beethoven composed this piece, the only opera that he ever composed. He composed a number of songs or numbers that you can mention, but we opera field, this is the only opera that he ever composed. And of course, it was a success, and it still forms part of a repertoire even today. Opera houses across the world. What he did, he took, as I've indicated earlier, ama generic kwetu, that Beethoven uthathe the style from the late Baroque era when the German opera took the center stage during the late classical era, and of course Mozart being the champion then. You can think of his operas, like Die Zauberflöte, which was the last opera, and you mentioned others. And then Beethoven took that style, of course, Naya, because tasted that kind of era. I mean, rather, that we I tasted from that era. And then this Fidelio took that approach. And we call it, when you classify Fidelio, it's a Singspiel opera. What is a Singspiel? It is when Kukona, instead of singing the recitativos or recitativo accompanied, or rather, what you call secco recitativo, you get spoken dialogues. That means amagama, bayathetha instead of singing, in between the big numbers. I hope I'm making sense, colleagues. So they instead of recitativo, is substituted by the spoken dialogues. Now, the richness of the work, of course, lies more on the subject matter. The subject matter of this is more political. Because you'll remember that there's this guy that was A.I. Banjiwe, and then he went to prison. Of course, unfairly so, which is Florestan. Unfairly so. Ekubanjweni kwakhe uFlorestan, then he served lo minyaka isevayo, okanye ke elo xesha, let me use that word, elo xesha lisevayo ejele. But then his wife Leonora decided then to because wayevalelwe kwelo nalo nasisele uFlorestan, that no one can have an access there except the jailer umphathi wejele ne ozokwazi ukuchecka amabanjwa. But then she decided to disguise, so abengathi uyindoda, hence she became Fidelio. Am I making sense, colleagues? Hence the title of the opera, Fidelio. So she's the key person in that opera from the beginning up to the end. In so much, at the beginning of the opera, there is a jailer ekuthiwa nguRocco. uRocco unomntana wakho nguMarcelina. uMarcelina uphandlwa okanye uba ne-crush kuFidelio, not knowing uFidelio ukuba ngaba uyintoni na. uyi female. Am I making sense, colleagues? So uyi female, but Fidelio trying by all means to avoid that, but at the same time akafuna ukumgxotha mkhuphe completely because elifini wakhe, because ucenge ukuthandwa nguRocco so that uRocco azomnika access to la cell yomyeni wakhe. Am I making sense, colleagues? Now therefore, in so much that ulomntana uMarcelina adeske adafantasize ngobani na koFidelia over tita tata in that area. Then after that, then we get Mir East so wunderbar. You remember the famous quartet. But there's this guy called Yakino, who is not happy because Yena is in love with Marcelina. But now then fast forward, Nyanige indeed icebo lika Fidelio succeed. Abe close to ubanina uRocco. uRocco nguyena une access to all the cells. Now, why Florestein is there? Florestein was set up by a guy, a khohlakeleyo kuthiwa Don Pizarro. Don Pizarro is the one that set up wonke le nto uba lo mfo abe phaa. And in so much that uDescada sete into ethi uFlorestein must be killed, ne? Because of into ayenzile. And the painful part is that all of them, they don't know who Fidelio is. And then they say, Fidelio, you need to dig ingcwaba for lo mfo azongcwatyelwa phaya. Remember, this is the wife. Kuthiwa funeka enze le nto. Uyayibona? But wife ude wayifumana access of course yokuba ngaba angene phaya through le ndlela ke negotiate ngayo uRocco. But what happens here? Intoni esithumela side sizofika kule ngoma. It is when uDon Pizarro instruct ukuthi makabulawe uFlorestein. Xa ekhupha ezambulala, ekhupha the dagger ezawubulala uFlorestein. Then that's when Fidelio angene egepini akhupha ispam and threaten to kill. So at that time Pizarro is angry akakamazi uFidelio, and that is when Fidelio ke ngoku was unmasked and then waveza ubuyena ke ngoku. By the way, I'm Leonora. Am I making sense? The wife of the guy. Then that is when the guy called Don Ferrando, who is in the context of South Africa, I would say the minister. The minister. And this minister, the minister, by the way, the minister was a close friend of Florestein. So now he is here to announce that justice will be served. And these prisoners, they were zabanjwa unfairly. Then now we're going to get what? Freedom. Am I making sense? Hence now the community and the prisoners are rejoicing by saying, Heil, Heil sei dem Tag. Key word is they are rejoicing. Am I making sense, colleagues? Heil means hail to the what? To the day. Day of what? The day of justice, where justice is served. The day of freedom. Am I making sense, colleagues? So that is when now we get, that is why who's this guy? Beethoven, when he is taking this piece, right at the beginning, he is using one chord, two chords rather, chord 1 and chord 5. And he's using them in the second inversion. That means he's lifting them up. Am I making sense? Rather than putting it at a root position, be flat-footed, but he's lifting it up to indicate that now we are raising our voices high to say, hail to the day. This actual day, which we never thought that it would arrive. But now, oyena Satana uboniwe that ubani lo Satana is Don Pizarro. Am I making sense? Don Pizarro, who oyena ube suppress okanye ebehlukumeza amabanjwa. You remember in the beginning of the piece, when Fidelio came trying to look for her husband, he was he then, ne? So once requested for ukuba ngaba atime lama banjwa makakafumana umoya, ne? Oh, velgelus. Ndiyayikhumbula mos that we once sang that even last year kusaskhe, ne? Even naku OR Tambo. So now intentions zakhe was not to give amabanjwa ukuthi mabafumane fresh air, but she was. No, ndizabe right noba ndithi he noba ndithi she. Le ifike kuqala because in this context she's both. Fine. So she eyona intention yakhe was to look for ukweyiphi kanye sel. Hence end up if you look at that piece ingathi yananseka ephelelwa ngamanje ba andimboni but uvalelwe kwayona sel. That is why that opera in the South African context it used to be associated by utata uMandela ukubanjwa kwakhe. As a result, I remember some years back when I was in Cape Town, we performed that at Robben Island. I think it was the last time it was performed. I was still in Cape Town then. We performed it there so that this was the actual feel of what we are singing about. Now, the Heil from bar number 34, ne? It's in a homophonic texture, in a major chord, and it's taking it from 1 and then lifting it up to 5. Am I making sense, colleagues? Which is what we call progression. And then when it comes back to upa number 36, then it goes back to ubana chord number 1. So 1, 5, and 1 in relations. So which depicts the excitement from the community and from the prisoners. Hence you see in the etepaya Kor der Gefangenen, not Gefangenen or Fangenen or Gefangenen. In German we don't have a G that is it's G. And Kor der Volkless, that means it's just a bantu boklala. Yeah, but because they know now namtu ubed. That is depicted from the beginning of the piece. The Allegro Vivace is setting the actual mood. Yeah, so that Allegro Vivace, we used to call it's the arrival of Don Ferrando. Am I making sense, colleagues? Now, that is why now, as our classifika kupa number 79, it's 79, but 70, we get now Fernando speaking. Un poco maestoso. The reason that is in maestoso, it is because of the character, the person that is talking. So hence, now you need to understand how you approach that one. It is not in a jocoso manner. Am I making sense, colleagues? Then he is now coming to make this announcement of that the justice has finally been served. And it is the only time Naya azo discoverisha or Leonora. But by the way, this is Leonora. Hence, this is our move again. Third part and the final part of the piece, which is in bar something, the famous one. The famous one, which is Ver Einholdes. Landogang, that Ver Einholdes is praising in this case with excitement and joy the woman, the strength of the woman. And it's been the aye wana. So who is this woman? It's Leonora. Hence kuzawuthiwa ngubani ongamane afane naye indoda yakhe melba ibe proud. Hence Florestein ezawungena with that line yakhe. Am I making sense, colleagues? So in this case, the actual mood should be rejoicing and excitement towards the end. But we need not to noko siyayirhalela ngaske singayifumani into enoscope donor or too much, ne? So especially when we get to Ikhona le ndawo, ya ta 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 ya ta 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 ta. It should be musical instead of ya pa 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 ta 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 ya ta, but bounce on top of the notes. Iyeva kanti ndizama utsho, colleagues. So the loudness that you get in that song is not about the fact that Beethoven wayesisithulu. It is about the emotional intensity of the piece, because guys now are excited. Am I making sense, colleagues? So we just need ubangaba graduated from that school. Now, this part of high, the structure of the piece, when you look at bar number 47, those who have the song, bar number 47, they started together, by the way, from bar number 34, as I indicated, ne? But now the excitement when I put TV, when I get to bar number 47, now the drama that Beethoven is creating there, he is using what we call an interplay between the parts. We get one, high, ta, 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 ram, pa, ta, ta. So it needs a conductor that is going to be clean now in terms of its direction. That now, this is soprano coming in, alto coming in, tenor, basses. So what is being done by the community? Ibuya izopumela to the prisoners. Am I making sense, colleagues? But in most cases, the prisoners, you'll find out they are doubling the melody of what is happening with community members, especially tenors and basses. Hence, uzobona lat esa stave phaya siphayizansi sit class si bracket way, that is tenors, the basses, those are prisoners. I hope I'm making sense. So moving from UPA 47 up to UPA number 61, they then come to agreement, or rather moving together, UPA number 61. If you look at UPA number 61, unres grabe storfor, unres grabe storven shined. So then by a and then by pinde gengogu, we get what we would call gengogu an imitation. Now we had an interplay, then we have an imitation now. Ne? An interplay is where bengena ngendlela ezohlukileyo ezingafaniyo. But an imitation now, uyabona bangaba bathetha into ebufana lo uthi ngapha nomnye uthi ngapha. Same thing. Am I making sense, colleagues? Then that is from UPA number 63, I think so. Yes, it's from UPA number 63 up until the point where we get to UPA number 70. Apo sifumana that legal statement esifika sibekwa by Udon Fernando. Am I making sense? Are we still following each other, colleagues? Right. So, can we try to just, can you give us that prelude, my brother? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, It's developing. Can you feel the music developing? Get to bar number 15. Can you feel there's something that not Bach, but Wagner. Wagner in German, that he was known for what we call leitmotif. Ne? Now, this was so influential on that. That is Wagner. But remember, during the composition and performance of this piece, he was not yet born. Ne? But of course, these colleagues, they started this in Germany. Hence, you will find this from sopranos. Look at bar number 40. Bar number 40. So, and the music is directing you to a certain point. Whereas we are immediately with a subito piano in bar number 43. Sinaya pofu bar number 43, colleagues? Okay, no bar number 43. Right. Let's yes, that part Sabilao. Can we take it straight from the voice, colleagues? So the forte that you see there, it should be at least well controlled. Don't go yum, but yum, because usaya somewhere. Remember, you cannot give your full energy just there from that opening. It also fuga ku fortissimo. Are we still going together, colleagues? Let's go. 3, 4. You will give us one bar and then we go, my brother Nev. You'll give us part 33. Tina singing 34. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta 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 ta. 2, 3, and ta so far, 1, 2, da da da. Sorry, my brother. We just need someone who's going to be musical here, communicate the message. Hence, you find out that loud, and then we go subito piano. Antimos is one of the characteristics of the Romantic era, that drastic change of the dynamic from loudness to immediately soft. Siyama kunye colleagues, to immediately soft with intensity. Don't drop the actual feel of or rather Zaibeka kanjani ungabe nento ethi remi wasamimi so but ya baba bamba ya pa. So we need to feel that kind of intensity. Am I making sense? Yeah, Prof? Yes, a lot of support in the voice. Don't just drop the energy because the music is going down. And now, that is the point that we need clarity and articulation of the text. If you are unres grabes torfon unres grabes tor shined. Right. Can we quickly get to Don Pizarro? Number 70. 3 and 4. What do we call that? Recitativo accompagnato. Recitativo accompagnato, and accompanied recitative. Let's go. So in other words, he can do this. You can do this as a conductor. Look at this. And bam. Yam pa ba pa. Awubanjwanga to say ram yam pam pam pa pam pa 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 pa. No, that's how you approach irrecitativo. This is how you approach. 2. Das Beste erkennen, Fink und Wille. Some you can do this, bra. Und Wille. Then respond. Ta-ta. Für mich zu euch. Ta-ta. Die ta-ta yampata. So in other words, I always say, when you treat the recitativo, you can break the rules. But in order for you to break the rules, you must know the rules first. You can't break something that you don't know. You must know what is a recitative and how it should be executed. And then you are able to say, okay, pianist or orchestra, this is what I'm going to do here. This is what I'm going to do there. Because the focus is mainly on what is being said by a singer. Okay, let's sing it as is for now, colleagues. 3, 4. So da 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 so fa mi fa so la so fa so mi for 1 2 mi la mi do do ti so re do ti. Now, if you look at, if you look at Upa 73, Pass 73, that's the part that you have to go with what? With music. Am I making sense, ne? With music. Now, let's go back, branch 7, 5, 7, 6, 7, 7, 78. Give us the pitch there. 78 is G. So we're going to give us 1 and 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Re, fa, re, ti, la, so, fa, mi, ti, do, ya, ri, la, mi, 2, 3, ya, so, mi, so, fa, re, sol, la, so, so, do, so, la, ti, do, re, so. Did you see what I did there? I slightly applied a rubato, which means indicating ukuthi I'm going to something else musically. Something is going to change. Am I making sense? Which is also stylistically correct. What's this era? Romantic era, ne? Now, let's go. Let's take it, Tishalu Vogwana from 85. So, Lati, 1 and 2. Exactly, Tumza. So, but when I conduct, you need to be clear that I'm changing now. I cannot say do it how, because I'm not an expert to be conducting. But if ever born at Manditula, Ben is our Yasbanza, Tula Ganja. In Chegilingale. But yes.
Now, I was saying, Linda, we have a Cooper conductor bandings, especially with an orchestra. So you have to be alert. And in fact, if it is an orchestra, I'm not sure. My suggestion is, those who are doing this song, when you start, you rehearsal yako, kalagale section the recitatives. Otherwise, you have puma and that's where you might just lose the competition.
Thank you so much. And now, here is what is happening, Dagatete. Sizengo maestoso. Then a brief allegro vivace, and then maestoso again. Why so? It's because these guys are still excited. The community is still excited about this news. And then up in a kubega teta. So it's still Usenala authority. That is in bar 89. Let's take bar 85 and crit 3 and 4. So la ti do re fi 1 2 3 la mi da ba ya Bega bentan go conductor, that's why ndini puttisile la so and so la ti do re for me and oh, sorry, baritone. Hey, Tikulang at 10 and Ibonang clef. Sorry, that is bar 91, 92, number 93. So now it's a conversation now between the minister and the principal of each Elo. Yeah, but that is rock in this case. Now let's take it from bar 90. Bar 90.
So mi so far 2 4. So mi so far sol la so 3. So la ti do re fa mi. So la ti do re fa ta ni.
What is happening? It is the point now where La Satana ungu Don Pizarro. Now, minister is instructing Uguti, take him to jail. Hence the agitato. The Poco Vivace agitato from Morocco. Because Ubamba Pizarro ngogu ngestaka mfuma ngaba wena ubucinga fan but you are in charge. Go back because kuza uphumu Florestein. Am I making sense? Lo ubebanjwe unfairly so. Right. Can we, I want us to greet Ketana siye ku. Now, okay, the duet between the two. Kupabano very holders colleagues. Yes. Bar number 200 and something. 226. Bar number 226. The first thing that you need to note there, it says allegro, ma non troppo. So yes, it can be allegro, it can be faster, but not too much. Ne? Right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nangu adjudicator okanye nangu quality assurer eyonqanda adjudicator ebekunike u85 because wena uthe
so do re do di re mi fa mi re.
Uyayibona ichoyo athi but there is this choir yona ethe
yamba ba para pa yamba
feminine ending. Remember we said he has a leg from the classical and the leg good romantic era. So those features sabvela kancane apha. And then akubethe uzibethe phofu not adjudicator. Ungabethwa adjudicator uzibethe wena kubar number 229 because uthe
do di re mi fa mi re do ti la so fa mi
abethe yena ukhwaya
do di ya
because there's the quaver and the rest. Am I making sense, colleagues? Let's go from the voice prayer. Ba ba ba. Are we ready? 1, 2.
So do re mi re do di re mi fa mi re do ti la so fa mi no one.
Now we get now the lovers. Omnye evuya ukuba ngaba kanti lonke ixesha nguwe lo uzabalaze kangaka for uba ndikhululwe. Nomnye phendula uba ndim sithandwa sam belingenokuyeka. I'm not saying the text is saying that, ne? But I'm just trying to paint the picture of how then these two voices. Of course, colleagues, we are talking here about what we call a Helden tenor. Go and look what a Helden tenor is. A tenor with a rich tone. The tenor that when ecula the high registers note, if voice yake, it cuts through the big orchestra. Unlike the lyric tenor, unlike the lyric tenor, which we say the higher you sing, the sweeter the voice. Yeah, the higher you sing, the more you need to give uudla. Am I making sense? And complementing it with a dramatic soprano. dramatic soprano, which is a little bit closer to the mezzo, that is uLeonora. You can think of the two things because one, why it disguised as a man. So the voice yakafunekanga ikhawuleze ivakala uba yeyantoni na yeyentombazana ibe cekeceke. Am I making sense? So that's the reason, there's a reason behind the composer ukuthi ubhala kanjani ebhalela ivoice eyibhalela ngaluphi na uhlobo. Am I making sense, colleagues? Right. There is this part that I was talking about earlier. Upa number 211. Red hotel sofa me. Uyayibona choy. Sine tendency yokuthi da da di da 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 yam ya ento ya. There is no accent there, colleagues. We need not to fight with that. Please, let's just be gentle and drive it forward. Of course, yada tira sofa me. You can approach it from above and driving it with that kind of intensity, rather than please. Ver ein holdes vibe errungen. Now, can we take it from? Difuna siyagranda o hlabelawo. La favorite yako ka ya pa ya pa. Yeah, so which is kind of problematic. Yes, there is the elements of sforzando, but let's just go be gentle in treating them. Bar number, let's start from bar number 291 or 92. Say about the colleagues. Then the time signature changes to cut time. How do you conduct cut time? How can you advise about to conduct cut time? Yeah. It's like that, ne? Fine. Now I'm saying I'll require you large next time. 1 and 2 and 1, 2. Ya ta ta da 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 as opposed to just gently bouncing on top of that note and moving forward. Am I making sense, colleagues? So thank you so much. Now, section from that 91 to 304. We need clarity, but not forgetting about the pitch, of course. And that is because of the excitement that is within. Because guys, that the prisoners are like, we're going home. It belongs in the community is like, we're going to see and meet our friends, finally. Right, can we go again? 1 and 2 and ta 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 2 1 and ya ta 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 what we would call again in this case, call and response. I hope this village, I spoke about imitation. I spoke about interplay. Now I'm talking about what? Call and response. Can we start from this call and response? Number part 317. Part 317. Some must sit a bit slower. 1 2 1 2 1. So mi do re mi fa so mi. So mi do re mi fa mi. Fa re fa so so. 2 fa mi re so fa mi. Otherwise, but again, colleagues, basically, my take on this, let us not fight with this section, but let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's appreciate the job that has been done by the woman. Singalwi nayo. But ekungalwini nayo, I'm not saying you must bring weaker voices, but you must have voices that are strong. Remember, I said earlier, German opera. See, I have colleagues there? Thank you so much. Thank you. Lift up your heads, O ye gates. Oh.
Right. Molweni kwakhona. Kuyahlokudinekile. Just to add a little on what Mr. Ngola just finished. Learn to really, really drill your choir to keep stamina in the song. If you don't do that, you're likely to collapse. And there's nothing as sad as a choir or a singer that starts with all the right energy and then umbonba ingoma ya collapse. I've seen it too many times. Ingoma iphume ezandleni. Because and the ngoma lena, as it goes towards the end, it also goes higher. Yeah, well, so it lies much higher in the tessitura. So it really becomes difficult to sing. Ikwalezi iculayo ningangxoli kakhulu, especially that high, and when you get to da ba bam ba, you can just sing with relaxation because right towards the end, and also keep a steady tempo if you can. Yeah, but I was now saying bam ba 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 ba. If you're not paying attention to your beat, is ingoma izawubaleka. So a combination of a very fast tempo as well as collapsing good pitch creates a nice disaster. Right. Lift up your heads, O ye gates. So we move from opera to oratorio. And this is now Baroque oratorio for the standard choirs, I think. The song actually is in 3 parts, which one needs to be aware of. The start, lift up your heads, all ye gates. And then the question, who is this King of Glory? And then, and right towards the end, who is this King of Glory? And so on, where the music moves to the polyphonic section. So the start is a nice homophonic start in F. What I'd like to say about the start is that a lot of choirs that we hear singing, they rather chop the rhythms and the phrases there. There's no indication of staccati. Like I said earlier, it's a dotted crochet, and not dotted crochet, dotted quaver and a semiquaver. So even though the music is nice and precise, but it's not ba 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 ba, bum bum ba ba, right? It's dum bum ba ba, bum bum ba ba, ba bum bum ba ba, ba bum ba bum ba ba. Do you see the difference? For me, I think that's one thing that always slightly bothers me. When people change that rhythmic pattern to staccato. So I counted that indicates staccato. And some people, when they sing this song, what they do is that they clip the sub-phrases. So instead of, lift up your head, all ye gates, that's how you round off the phrase. But when you go, lift up your heads, all ye gates, then the last figure or the last note value is cut short. Does it make sense? If you're looking at the music par, we've got a whole crochet, okanye i-beat ngesixhosa. Thina abantu betonic solver sazi beat. So una bam bam ba beat, bam bam ba beat, ba bam bam ba beat. Right. So it's a beat, but choirs tend to bum, 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 so be careful of that. Also, there's something that happens here that is very nice. The choir is split. Work on the balance of the voices. You've got two sopranos and altos. So make sure, Indoba, the two sopranos that start are nicely balanced, right? And also, what else is important to pay attention to in the stats? Even when the males come in, so when they come with the idea, lift up your head, all ye gates, and so on, and the males come in response. Who is this King of Glory? This King of Glory, who is this King of Glory? Who is this King of Glory? And then the response from the female voice, the Lord strong, almighty, and so on and so on. Just a little bit of background that might also assist in the understanding of both the text and the, the tempo and the articulation. What is happening here is that the story is from, I think, is it from? Yes. But what is happening here is that David, Amasraeli had been beaten in war, right? Kwathatwa ubutyebi bawo, kwathatwa everything they had. And then suddenly they have just defeated the Philistines. And then they are coming back triumphant. And as much as this is about David, it's also about the idea of lifting up your head in the faith of accepting God as your Savior and all that. So it speaks both to the issue around the kings of Israel, but at the same time it's speaking about the Messiah, the Christ. And so there's a certain element of elegance in the lifting up of the head and opening up of the gates, which speaks to your tempo. I don't know if I'm making sense. If you go, blim, bam, ba, ba, bam, bam, ba, that's a little bit too fast. But if you actually give it this kind of elegance, because the people, David is saying lift up your heads, but also the priests, they are carrying, what is it called? The Ark of the Covenant. I'm sure you do know that from the Bible. Or the Ark of the Covenant. So they're carrying that, and so there's this elegance. Bum, bum, ba, ba. Bam, bam, ba, ba. Ba, bam, bam, ba, ba. Ba, ba. Does it make sense? So make sure, but also this double meaning about Jesus getting into Jerusalem, and also this very literal idea of David saying, lift up your heads and sing and allow the king to come in and so on and so on. It also then, it requires you to keep calm and really be lifted up and not rush the music. Stefan? So it requires when they sing this, they rush and rush and rush and rush, and you lose the context of that rhythmic bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-bum, da bum, but almost giving a feeling of a very respectful march through the gates of Jerusalem. Does it make sense? Right. So pay attention then to the key changes that happen. The music oscillates between F, which is the tonic, to C, I think, and more or less between those two keys, and then it closes. Now, one thing that is important about Baroque music is that sections in Baroque music hardly change tempo. If one chorus is fast, it is the same tempo from beginning to end. If another chorus is slower, it is, unless there are closed sections where it now allows you to change tempo. So make sure that when you sing this, you more or less take the same tempo from beginning to end. And I'm saying this because after the Lord of Hosts, Yabona Upa 44, those who have copies, do see Upa 44. and a little bit below that, he is the King of glory, the Lord of hosts, he is the King of glory, all the way towards the end. That is where the most polyphonic section in the music starts. But also not just polyphonic, but also a lot of melismatic setting of the text to the words. Siyazazi melismas. Sasidla ngokuthi ngosasakhula ngesixhosa sasithi zii-runs. But no, those who did the choral with us when we were younger, we had a way of saying things. Such the runs. But the only problem is the runs, like short, like quarter rhythms. Once you've got longer rhythms, you can still have melismas that are not running. So once you get there, all the way to the end, if you get to Omapa 48, 49, and so on, there's quite a lot of melismatic movement of the music. And if you run with your tempo, you're going to get out of, you're going to rather get into trouble. Now, I'm going to talk less about the beginning, because I think that was clear, especially with the rhythm, at dum, bum, ba, ba, dum, not bum, bum, ba, ba. But when you get to around bar 40, bar 47 going forward, right, choirs tend to not manage to shape melismatic and polyphonic passages. No? So you have to actually make sure that your choir is able to, that is why sometimes you find classical adjudicator realize about good prescription here opera, especially Verdian operas, because they are called down. Choirs tend to do better, but once you prescribe Baroque music, choirs kind of dip in terms of as shapy phrases. Do you understand? So you need to understand the sequence in the polyphony. That is the imitative entries and the imitative distance between parts, and where one part ends its lines and takes another, and the other one takes over, and so on. Are we together about that? Right. And make sure ukuthi imelismas zakho, they are not, some people, imelismas, they do them, it's not ha 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 ha. I don't know how to say that in English, but they're not ha 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 ha. There's actually voice and a line. So you need to use a lot of diaphragm rather than the chest and the throat. Does it make sense? But also, melismas can still be legato. It doesn't have to really sound like a machine gun. You can still articulate all the notes, but also shape the phrases very nicely. Are we together? Right, so that's quite important. Another structural issue here is this alternation between the polyphonic music, or the polyphonic structuring of the music, as well as the responsorial singing. There's a lot of question and answer. Who is this King of Glory? Who is this King of Glory? Who is the Lord of Hosts, the Lord of Hosts? So what do you do to give us a good performance? You make sure that your choir is balanced. So you don't want one part going, who is this King of Glory? And then the other one coming with shaky sound. That's what we're trying to say. So in your arrangement, in your rehearsal, make sure all the parts that kind of call and respond to each other, the intensity, the quality of the sound is pretty much the same. Otherwise, once you have a choir that is not balanced and also blended, if balance and blending, they go together, because I'll show you an example. If your one part says, who is this King of Glory? And then the other one goes, who is this king? The placement is not the same. Do you understand? So, who is a glory, they sound flat. Does it make sense? So you must actually work, make sure you work with your choir such that one choir that starts the idea, the one that follows, they actually sound the same. Otherwise, once you have a choir and uniform vowels, uniform strength, then you have an unblended and unbalanced choir. Right. And then, of course, the music comes to the end, back to F towards the, around bar 70. He is the King of glory. He is the King of glory, and then that's it. Let's quickly go through the music. I think everybody has sung this, but it's just a matter of making sure in Doba the music is done well. See, Suse, the little careless things that we sometimes do, and make sure you go to your end doesn't get out of hand, because that's where you've got all these long florid lines. Sisekoi. All right. So, Kasi pick up Tishala from the beginning. Right. Fucking Tulis. Die, Tulis. Okay, did you get that? Bum bum ba ba bum bum ba 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 bum bum ba 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 ba. Remember the shaping we spoke of earlier? It is everywhere in music. It doesn't run away. The whole idea of lifting on the upbeat and landing on the strong beat and all of that. Okay. Ingathi ngcono no phrasing ka bum bum ba ba bum bum ba 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 ba. So we're not chopping. Let's do it again. And then we move. And lift and ba bum ba da bum. Bum ba dum ba ba bum ba be dum bum ba bum ba ba ba. 1, 2, and same energy. Keep going. Bum bum ba ba. Bum ba ba ba. Ba be dum ba ba. Ba 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 be. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Different idea. Who is the king? Who is this King of glory? And he is the King of glory. Right. Okay. All right. Now, do you feel the change? Make your audience feel the change here from bum bum ba bum ba 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 bum ba bum ba 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 bum bum ba bum ba ba ba, and then ba bum ba. The music there tends to have more connection and longer lines. Does it make sense? So the bounciness that was in the start, it kind of yields here because you're now dealing with a slightly different idea, and also the phrasing is slightly different. It becomes like that until pretty much the end. Where else do we start? I would like us to do the ending. I'd like us to quickly do the end because go later and there's 1 or 2 songs that we want to do. 64 or 5? 55, okay. Right, let's go. 1, 2, soprano, you start. 1, 2, and ba 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 ba. let's stop there. Let's just comment about the music here. Do you see the ascending movement? That there's a sequence, the music is moving in a sequence upwards. So that's one of the many ways in which you can actually aid your interpretation. So the music, as it goes upwards in the register, is also intensifying. So that's where you can then build your interpretation. Does it make sense? You build your sound, you build the sense of urgency when you go there. And then when you go to the longer lines, once again, you give that sense of relaxation. Which also means then it's important how you decide to conduct. So it's not going to be da bum ba all the time. Dum da lo da ba da ba ba. Do you see? It's very important, more conductor, to actually really show the kind of singing you want. The kind of singing and the kind of lines you want to have in your music through the way you use your gestures. Does it make sense? So if you're counting, I'm not saying there's something wrong with counting like that, but if you count like this all the time, you're not going to be able to have the chance to really paint the music when you want to. Are we together on that? So we can guard against those things. I think all the way to the end is pretty much the same. Unless there are questions. Questions, comments? One thing I would really like to suggest as well, like if you're looking at the bass line bar 67, 68, 69, do you see what is happening there? That rhythm, once again, you need to use a lot of diaphragm work. Because choirs, they sometimes glide over those notes. Zikhona nasekuqaleni, bam bam bara, bam bam bara bam. Ba bam bam ba 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 bam ba dam ba 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 bam ba 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 ba. So those notes, use your diaphragm to sing them. Don't glide over them. So when you've got two choirs that are almost sounding the same and they've got similar interpretation, but the technique of singing over those notes is different. One glides and the other one articulates them. Obviously, there's going to be clarity in the harmony and also in the crispness of the words. Okay? So it's quite important that we pay attention to that. Sing like He is the King of glory. He is the King. He is the King of glory. He is the King. There you sound like you're sounding one note. Does it make sense? So it's quite important that we pay attention to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I will leave it at that. I'm not.
Thank you so much, colleagues. There is one question. There is one question that came. Thank you so much for TV. That was asked by a colleague online. Ne? A colleague online about Heil sei dem Tag by Fidelio. Combined with Oh God, over ein Augenblick, as well as Ver ein Holdes. The question was, how do we differentiate between the tempi? Ne? But utete yena ngengoma two only. Ne? But I'm going to address three of them. I think I addressed it a little bit. The first one, if you remember, it says Allegro vivace. Then the approach would be that these guys here on this one, they are saying hail, thanks, or hail. Ne? That means they see now finally justice will be served. Ne? So hence is a mover faster with that excitement. Then the second one, the middle section, past the recitativo. The second one is Oh Gott, oh welch ein Augenblick, which is introduced by the duet, the lovers. When they say, oh God, what happiness, So now that one, we need to feel the change. There is some kind of solemnity kuyo. And hence if you look at the score, poco sostenuto. So we need music. So it has got that kind of emotions that are embedded in it. It's like Leonora and Fidelio, they are, and Florestan, they're like, we thought to go to Soza's Pines Bonane. So there are emotions there. So we need to get music. That is why I'm saying it is not always about loudness because of Beethoven. And we need music in there. And then the last section of chord, it says, Yona, allegro ma non troppo. I think I spoke about this, but it cannot be like, high, but one, ta, ya ta 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 ram pam pa ya ta ta tira ya ta 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 ra ta ya. So in a sort of relaxed manner, because this is where they are saying, who can find such a wise wife? Or they are inviting abantu to, if ever let's come and celebrate. Now, but this kind of celebration is different than that one, because but now justice has been served. So hence I even mentioned if you're rushing it too fast, am I making sense, colleagues? So you need to pace and and remember, this is German. It's unlike Italian. It's unlike other languages. This is German. So, consonants are connected with German. If ever you are saying, for an example, Augenblick, we need to feel the C and the K. If you are saying verscheucht, the CHKT, whatever, yeah? So we need to feel, to hear those consonants. So if ever you are moving faster, and remember, the German is not your language. By the way, when you are moving it with presto, you will be out of what is expected. I hope I addressed that, Mr. Makebisela and the colleagues online. Colleagues, the last piece. Can we just take the very last piece of the day? We are trying to at least sipungule umsebenzi wangomso. Ne? Are we still good? Shall we, or want to go home? Hey, shall we proceed? Yes. Or we want to go home? Yes. What is it that we want, colleagues? Both. One yes, ne? Ilando ukuthi esikolweni ukuthi umuntu ukuthi wephendula true or false, avlali trolls. Okay, let's look at umqambi, ne? And then we go home. Can phela ndithi African standard? I think Nance. Ayole? Yes, yole. Yes. Inyamazane. Just briefly, he said, may his soul rest in peace. He said, it was at the time, and then so this was the way of gain energy back to composition. And he said in his own words, ndifuna ukubhala ngongathi ndiyahamba ngoku ndingabi non-stop ngongathi ndiyabhubha and kanti imeko yayisitsho nyani wengathi uprofetile. And then in this piece he was saying hence isithi a shorter version of Kumandi. Khona ingoma yakhe that he once composed yayisithi Kumandi. And we are finish ke siyayifumana ke some melodies zika Kumandi apha kule ngoma. Umzekelo, if you go to Upa number something. Upa number, I want to go straight. So that is Ophelia. Sizobona ukuma, yes, nankia ukumandi wake. kukhona into ethi ta 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 ta. Oh Nkosi yami. Okay, yes, kudala sihamba kulapho sifumana khona ukumanje and then abe nembungi. Okay, we start from upper 40 for an example. 41 sinaye. Alala ahumna. Alala ahumna. Alala ahumna. Alala ahumna. Alala ahumna. Alala ahumna. Yewu 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 ye. Yewu 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 ye. Yewu yewu. Then when you get to upa number 50, can you see upa number 50? Look at beat number or quarter of beat number 3. Is out a alala ahom, and then altos introduce something new. That is kumandi party yake ne. Iyelele apisa patatara tatati yetata ati tatara 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 tarata pa 54 kumnandi namhla kuxhelwe xhukwane kuluvuyo yelele abazali bele tatarata ta. And you go the theme of it, ha la 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 pumilanga ha la 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 pumilanga. If you know ingoma yakhe ithi kumandi, this was the main theme of that piece. We are bonded each other. And la ivala immediately mbongi shoots in. Ne? But what is the context of the piece is more political, not naked political, that's a cue, but Lando iti, we are here in celebrating now. Ukuthi ilanga lidela puma. Somebody was speaking here, I'm not sure whether it was Mr. Greg or Principal da, said something about ukuba ngaba si ikakhulu ama-choirs besikade singavunyelwa, but now the freedom suggest ukuthi we can do whatever that we are doing. Now the title inyamazane, yini le nyamazane thetha ngayo ne? Uyakhumbula mos ukuba ngaba during the struggle kwakhona ngoyi wena nyamazana hayibo hlale wena nyamazana labo hlale ehlathini so ngama comrade lawo ne. So now the nyamazane in this case is referring to the freedom. Iyeva kanti itshoyo ne? The freedom inkululeko yethu. Am I making sense, colleagues? Now, when he opens with this piece, we color with that solemnity. Etile ne ta 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 eMzansi Africa. Sasiphila ubani na uncancanca. You will remember this term from Choral's piece. Mandela ne babe philu uncancanca apho omadiba belweli nyamazane in this context. So now you can relate that with this. Am I making sense? Now uncancanca in this context is like they were hiding. They khona bathi basasithi siwele ngendondoni ngecrocodile whatever because asifuni ukuthi sibanjwe sibonwe sithini na sibulawe okanye ngamabhulu. Are you still following me, my brother? I've got a brother of mine here, uLabza. Andifuna ukukushiya mnganami Thethe Simpondo. Sikhumshe kakhulu kwezi past 2 weeks sobabini. So funeka umanutsho ndikushiye. Right. So now we need to get what we would call what I like about Umqambi is that yabona ke mntana mphaya ndifuna opera uverdi pa funa lyric. So lyric and wayizibiza ngamagama lyric soprano that we need there. So that is akwazi ukusinika that beauty of that melodic line. Am I making sense? The copy that he once gave us, it had a double quartet. When I say double quartet, the top voices, SATB, would be another quartet. And when you look at upa number 17, for instance, then you get another quartet. But this one doesn't have into indicator quartet. At the same time, ayinayo into indicator 2D, that is all the voices. But again, I don't want to say now let's go for the other one or the other one, but we're going to look at this piece as it is. So the music is developing, of course, from one voice and the other, imitating what the other voice did. And then when you get with the tenor, they give us a counter of that melody. I-tenors zingena zona kupa number 13, i-tenor, so is a baseline. Siyayibona, colleagues? But what I want, the importance of the alto, the role that is being played by the alto in this song. One of my friends used to say the geography of the song goes like this. From bar 1 up to bar number 27. Up to bar number 27. Or if you like, you can say bar number 24. That's the first section of the song. Ne? And then when you get to bar number 28, as the man that was influenced more, or got an influence from Utadu Ngobe, you will remember Utadu Ngobe ngezanto zithi siyazivuma izono zethu nokukhohlakala sikwenzileyo. Say, yeah, Baba, I forgot the text of those words. So there are no given rhythms, it's just the pitch. Look at bar number 28. Sas gcwalisa izitalato zegolide zetheku, whatever. So you need not to follow a specific rhythm, but the pitch should not be correct, and do that. We're not going to say it, sas gcwalisa izitalato zetheku, whatever. Or can you want to say, sas gcwalisa izitalato zegolide netheku? It's up to you, ne? So, but I just want to paint the picture. It's that way, Yona. Hence, I was referring to Ungobe as a mentor yake, ne? And no mntu that influenced him. But let's look at part 30. So we get into the kom yiri so beschise lo dompas. We need to feel the change then. From the altos, Oma mema kitcheni, go babe mi godini, babe fela ma kitchen, babe fele mi godini, yibo singenzanga luto. So which part that is very important there, that playing a big role, that has got message, is the alto line. See, I have colleagues, ne? And ezinye, they are reacting from what the alto is doing. And we nigeze alto a very low range, so as to give a character of omama ema kitchen. And also, nokuti, it was not a nice thing. Hence, it's in a dark sort of a range. Am I making sense, colleagues? Right. Now, it means, Gengoku, when you look at that piece there, ingaba Mr. Ngokwanandi wrong, or can say, kom yiriso, beschiselo dompas, omamema kitcheni. We have one music, which it's all lichone. Beschiselo dompas, obabema kitcheni, obabem. But now, I figure omye ukwaya ati, kom yiriso beschiselo dompas omamema kitcheni taratata. Then I build. So this is the point Kelabza used to say. There's a difference between a song and music. So one is not to give us song, but give us music out of this song. So to me, the latter would be more musical. Am I making sense? So I'm not prescribing Uguti Enzalona, but I'm trying to avoid who was robbed. Maybe musical adjudicate, and I believe the adjudicators that will be adjudicating here, colleagues, they know. Don't after the competition, ungati, but we're bringing professors there. We saw the poster. Those are professors and doctors of music. Namke. Fine. Now, it colleagues. So they will be able to tell what you did something musical here and it makes musical sense. That's the point where we say, can we punish or penalize someone for this, or can we advise someone for this? Am I making sense? That's why I always say even the adjudication goes a long way. That's why even your musicality, that third aspect, the pitches, the rhythms, they need to be correct first. Before you go and say, let me be musical, and then to bring out musicality the song. Now we get that part from the altos. And then when you get to upa number 39, then sinendwa kuthiwa ligwijo, colleagues, ne? It's not prescribed eligwijo uba malithini apha. Omnye wake wathi babewanika different mosipaya the first time it was prescribed the song. By the way, it's for the second time it will be sung in any competition in South Africa. Ne? It's for the second time. The first time was OR Tambo. Now this one is bomb. Now, omnye wathi yemajola phumeti longweni, then wa creative wenza abantu abadansayo, omnye weza nento yakho jalisa amampondo mntram ligwijo nelo. Uyayibona isho? So the elements of igwijo wekuzawubakho oqubulayo kube khona nothini na novumayo. Ngama oqubulayo ila leader besathi lead singer ke ngokwakwasilungu. Iyeva kanti isho? But I always advise ukuthi, if you think of igwijo, look at the general context of the piece and look for igwijo that at least is going to come closer to what the main piece is addressing. If you have some choreography in it, you can do that. But that needs to be done within Noko a short space of time. Then we will get to upa number 36. Now, if you look at this, upa number 39, upa number 41 rather wethu, naye ufiyambona xa uligqibela gwija lakho ufumana into ezawuthini na, which is close to igwijo nayo. Alala ahomna, alala ahomna, alala ahomna. Siyayibona into enditshoyo ne? Meaning that whatever gwija you will decide before, think of what you said before and think of what you are going to say after. Am I making sense? Musically so. Now, the alala ahomna, when we get to upa number 51, I think I spoke about this, the kumnandi. If you look at this, it's in alto, alala ahom. You can close that if you want, and then you start then you get an interplay now. Ukuthi kumandi ukuthi noba kwenzeke lonto saphunyuka betheni na besidelela saphunyuka besidelela, and then you move you give us that kind of a pride phakathi to say, even if sasinezelwa, but then you know what, here we are, we won the freedom if we did, ne? But then but yet again, which voice there that is playing a very important part? Alto is introducing us, but look at what the soprano is doing. Now he's giving us some sort of a sequence soprano with very important words. That's why I say Paya Putembela, maybe word painting is very important, using the rhythms in this case. Now, Oti sapunyuka bestelela sapunyuka ezandleni sivuya siyavuya ritabile humunati iyelele. Uyayivi isoprano bayenza ntoni? While ezinye into na parts the bass nayo inayo, but the soprano, when it comes to diction in that bar number 51, is very important. Colleagues, samba song, and then whatever that they were doing in this issue of interplay, but they go and resolve together with bar number 54. Apo bazotina kumandi Africa. Kumandi ma Africa, kumandi kudala bezhamba sisihla sinyuka. Then baqhube nayo. Now when we get to halala in bar number 58, I advise a brighter approach so as to interpret the actual word halala. Ingabe ngu halala, but ha or lifted. I'm not saying halala as if ngumZulu. Yes, I'm still saying halala, but don't force it. Am I making sense? So keep it light and brighter so that uzokwazi uba ngaba now we are celebrating. And again, who's introducing uhalala kuthi? It's the alto. Alto bar 58. It is halala, 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 la pumilanga, halala, halala, halatinina, la pumilanga. Then we bump it, then we're saying imbongi. Now, look at what is happening. Imbongi, I think I would even advise into kukhona into efana most popular bar 62. Siyabona ne? There are 3 minims and 1 quaver, which is quite funny. I think a crochet would do just la pumilanga. Besad ba celebrator, then interject imbongi. You don't wait for imbongi. Awuzuthi mve la pumilanga. Mbongi. Mayingeni imbongi. Boo. Nisathetha, which is typical of imbongi. Uyayibona azilindi imbongi uba makube akho order embongeni. But of course uzayitime ubajonga xa sithi la phumila then ungene masimiswe yimbongi. Singami silindi imbongi. Does it make any sense, colleagues? Then imbongi then will come and praise and do whatever. After, then as again influenced by Utatu Ngobe, you'll remember Ngoma Ngobe. Whatever that is doing, at the end, it goes to church. Osa moya, yesha moya, oi, Africa, yesha moya, oi, ngale, ya. I'm not good to get colleagues. Egustini, ai, le, yeka wetile, le, yeka wetile, yeka. You'll identify. Kodwa ke, udaba nento akuthiwa sikhona icawe ezithi zona kazinantseka. Andiyazi uba yephi. Ne? And but again, you need to do so ingabi now. But look at what the bass is doing. What the bass is doing. I mean, verse 73. Yes, amen, amen, and amen. Look at the bass. Africa. So that line here base is very important because it's sort of a foundation of what is happening on top. So you need a base typical of umculo wamampondo ke colleagues ne. Hence umngqokolo pha kuthi asidlali ngawo. Funeka wenze so uba ngaba uzawunatsa uba ngaba unayo la nto. So hence i-basis zethu kufuneka ube ne-basis njani na as stronger. Colleagues, isn't that enough? Let's sing it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that we go home, Gayot. Da pa pa bam pa ra pa ya ba bam pa ya ba ba ya ta 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 re ta ti ra ta and the altar ya ta ta di ta 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 ti adagio di do so no ti do ti so and tenor and ya la fa so for me fa re mi re do and go viva and to viva si fume epi io le tu nari la 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 fa for me, so fi sol la re, so fi sol mi ra pa pa ra. Now, I remember vividly. Xolweni colleagues man ngokuthi this sisifosam is nami ndiyasithandazela because xa sendiva into that is important andithanda ukudlula ndingakhanda i-address. And I remember, Prof, if you remember, this was a very interesting session. We were there at Desrak. There were 3 giants in terms of composers in one room. And they did magic. Celebration Tungwa said, kunjani mntanami if you do this and that. Tatu Mahlangen, the late, said, how about this and that? And here he said, kokona lando kutwa irupato. And it needs to be emotional. And the husband don't go about irupato. So hands say, ya ra 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 ya ti bezingelinya mazanantu. Needless to say, colleagues, about what do we need in terms of the sound there? Unified voices. Din, 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 din. Now, bar 28 is that session we said ad libitum. Hence it's written that way. Ne? What ad libitum young, ad libitum young. Fine, but get ad libitum in that section. Can we go to bar number 29? 1, 2, 3, 4. So fi sol la fi do mi re ti. Mi fa sol fa mi re do, mi fa sol fa mi re do, so sol la so fa so sol la do la ti, so mi dum ti la ti do la ti so. Ubeti kwicho lako, ubeti kwicho lako, ubeti kwicho lako. Bar number 36, my brother Jubilande. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Chum, 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 and cha 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 cha, and 1, 2, 3. Din 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 dun 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 da 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 ta 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 ra ta. Now don't forget the glissando. Glissando, it doesn't apply only with soprano. It applies across. The soprano, it's gonna go per 41 price. Bra. Allah ahomna. Alto. Allah ahomna. Tenor. Allah ahomna. So that gliding basis. Allah ahomna. 7. Let's start straight there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yan tan ta ta te ta and to yan tan ta ta ta. Ay ya da da di da ya pa ya da da ba ta 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 ya da da di da ta ta ya da da ta 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 ya ta 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 da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 la da 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 da. Now you can hold that. That's where the challenge is. I think what you can do, da 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 bram with that CFA. Nyabone. Then pa. Then when the alto goes, da 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 da. Ne? Nyabone cho. Now, can we go to 50 colleagues? Re, 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 2 and 3. Ya ta tan 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 tam. 1, 2. Yalla da ta ta so 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 to to so ja ta 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 ya na 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 ni 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 mi mi ma ba 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 ma to te ya da na 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 ni na 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 ya da di da ya ram pam pam da da di da di dom fa tan ti ta 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 ya ta 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 di ta na na ya to ta tan ti ta 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 ya ta ta na ta. So that's another section. Then yo kwicho. And then the last section, guys, yilege ngokuye yekawa besithetha ngayo ne hosa moya ihla moya rather ne ihla moya oyingcwele 1 2 1 and 2 2 3 Piumoso what ta and ta 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 1 2 3 4 do so do re mi la fa mi re no ti do do mi fa so fa mi so la re fa mi re do ti do don so do re mi la fa mi re do ti do do mi fa so fa mi so la re fa mi re do ti do alto mi fa so re mi la re do ti tenor da na da ta ta ya di da 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 to ya di da 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 di da da so ti da ta ta tan 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 ta na 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 ti 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 one didn't my head Amen, amen. Ya ti da na na da ni da da. Ya na na da ya da da ni ba. Fine, say but of course the chorus should be take that approach as a develop. And it gives us those characteristics as a or the gospel where there is a lead singer and now unendwethi batsho abafazi so uthi ngaboma bengqungquthela abaqala la. Uyabona itsho. Ladies and gentlemen, that sums up the day 1. Thank you so much. So we were, I think, out of the planning, there's only one song that we couldn't do because of time. Colleagues, that we couldn't do because of time, at least 90% or 95% of today, Simenzile. But tomorrow, we are left with only few pieces.